Hope you are having a great Tuesday. We get to start today with a Niverio puzzle. This is the Niverio Candy series. Some of my favorite puzzles by Niverio have been in the Candy series. So we'll go over the rules for that in a second. For those of you who are jonesing for a little zetamath puzzle, I made a little 6x6 U-Bahn and threw it in zetamath discussion. So if you want to try it out, by all means, it is there. I'm pretty sure it's unique. Fingers crossed. But anyway, as always, we start with the puzzle that is most voted on by supporters. So today that is this puzzle. This puzzle was voted for by David, Plonktime, Casey, AFK, David, Luda, Paul Fly, and the Cogito. So thank you all for your support and for voting for this puzzle. And so let's go over the rules. So I have normal rules. The grid has 4 differently colored dots, and the dots represent white dots, meaning consecutive, black dots, meaning ratio of 2 to 1, V, meaning sum to 5, and X, meaning sum to 10. But which is to be deduced by the solver. And then digits along the thermometer strictly increase from the bulb to the tip. So I notice right away, I don't know that it's going to be useful, but I'm just going to note that we have like 2/3 of a swordfish on 9s here, because I can't put 9 part of the way along a thermometer. So the 9 is definitely living in this row. In each of these boxes that I have marked. Let's see. Okay, so these, I notice neither of these can be a V. So one of the questions is always which one is V, and red and green can't be V because if I just look, this number's at least 3 and that number's at least 4. So these numbers definitely sum to more than that. So V is not either of those colors. So V is yellow or blue. Okay, so one of these is 2, 3, is what we know out of that. So one side of this, if you think about it, one of these is 2, 3. So if I just sort of highlight these in yellow, let's say, then I can rather awkwardly pencil mark this as 1, 2, 3, because the only way the V would work, whichever color is the V, would be as 2, 3. So that means the one opposite it doesn't have a 1, 2, or 3 on it. So does that mean it always has a 4 on it? Oh, not quite. It could be white dot opposite it. But not having a 1, 2, or 3 or 9 is quite constraining. So the other side is, if it's a black dot, it has to be 4, 8. If it's an X, it has to be 4, 6. And if it's a white dot, it's got options. Oh, ha ha ha, good point. It can't even have a 4. Because it's partway along a thermo and the 1, 2, and 3 are gone. So the 4 would have to be in the bulb. Right. So yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, so the other bulb number is at least a 4 and at most a 9, 8, 7, 6. So I can actually, just to highlight Niverio's point, I can write these as sort of 1, 4, 5, 6, 2, 5, 6, 7, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 4, 7, 8, 9, doing the weirdest good lifting that any human has ever done. And so the one of these that is not the 1, 2, 3 has to be white dot. So these are white dot and V is the point. So red and green are black dot and X. So we have that. Okay. so, okay, so this is white dot or V. So if it is, oh, awesome. 14 out of 15 is great, Shroomy. Really happy to hear that. Oh, I don't think the 9 can go here. Because if this is a 9, now this has to be an 8, because this could only be white dot. And now I have to put the 8 in this row somewhere. And the only place the 8 could go in the row would be in one of these two cells, which doesn't work. So just to go over that, if this was a 9, this would be an 8. And now there's nowhere I can put an 8 in row 5. So that doesn't work. So that's not a 9. One of these is a 9, which does not seem incredibly useful as deductions go, but I will go with it anyway. So one of these is a 9. Okay, and these are black dot and X. Black dot and X. Wonder if I'm supposed to, like, think about all the possibilities there. I feel like there's a lot of them. Now, the X number has to be at least... Okay, there aren't that many given that we're 4 along a thermo. So thinking about the X, this number is at least 3. So for the X purposes, the only numbers that we could have are that. So what's wrong with the 4, 7, 8, 9? And does it matter at all? So these are, so if this is a black dot, then this number is at least 3, and it would be 3 or 4 with 6 or 8. So if there's a black dot, these are 6 or 8. If we're talking about an X, then this number is at least 3. And so once this number is at least 3, then this number is at least 7, but it can only be 7 or, sorry, it can only be 6 or 7, because this could be 3 or 4. Any bigger doesn't work. So, so these are from 6, 7, 8. Okay. Yeah, I'll just get rid of this, and then we don't have to think about it. Okay. So we've got these, and so again, just to go through the options, these could be 3 or 4, and that's actually all they can be. So those are in fact a 3-4 pair. So that makes these numbers 2 or 3, and these numbers 1 or 2. However, these have to be the same 1, 2. Oh, sorry, no, that's not true. Sorry, I was going to say they have to go there, but they only have to go there if they are the same 1, 2. Which is, of course, there is no reason for them to be the same 1, 2. Let's see. Yellow dot isn't V. Because if yellow dot is V, then this is a 1, 4 with a 2, 3, and that breaks this cell. So it's not yellow that's V, it's blue that's V. And so we'll fill in the 2 first, and we will bring out Zach for the 2 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Duka-duka-duka. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Duka-duka-duka. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Duka-duka-duka. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. That's not the intended step? How on earth is that not the intended step? 1, 3. So this is not 1, 2, 3. This is not 1, 2, 3. And so this is 2, 3, 4. That is 3, 2, 1. And so this 3 goes with 6 or 7 and not 8. this 4 goes with 6 or 8 and not 7. Okay, and this can't be 4, 6, because if this is 4, 6, this would be 3, 6, and that's 2 6s in the box. So 4, 6 doesn't actually work. So this is 4, 8, and green is black dot, which means that this is X, so that's a 7. So this is a black dot that doesn't have any 7s on it. For whatever it is worth. Okay, yeah, this is a 7, 8, or 9. And blue dot. Okay, blue dot is white dot. Let's see. This is a 2 just by Sudoku. Just by asking where 2 goes here. So that makes one of... Oh, in fact, that a 1. If I ask now where 1 goes in row 2, 1 goes exactly there. So these digits are known to be 5, 6, and 9 for whatever limited amount that might be worth for me. Okay, red dot is, I just need to sort of repeat to myself over and over again what these dots actually are until such a point as I have internalized it or the puzzle is over. This is the one that's black dot. So I think technically if this is a 6, this breaks, but I don't know that I really want to use that in my life. Maybe it's actually worth doing. I think it is actually worth doing. The only reason I saw this right away is because there's only 2 options for V. And so it was really natural to ask, okay, if there's only 2 options for V, then that's really interesting for these 2 yellows that are set up. And then it just so happened to perfectly line up with this. And I would have bet money it was the intended step because of how it was set up. But I, as it happens, was incorrect. Okay, so where is 1 in row 5 now is the next game we play, because 1 can't go in either bulb, and so the only place 1 can go is here. Now remember, blue is V, so that makes that a 4. And now where's 2 in this row? 2 in this row can only go here now. 3 goes in one of those 2. But what are you going to do? I mean, it's very nice. I can definitely see the appeal of doing it with Sudoku. Okay. So my 1 here, and these are black dot and X. Sure. Okay. Oh, but this one's X. Oh, this is an easy X. This X is 4, 6, because this is an X, and 1, 2, 3 are in the box. That's what I should have done immediately, but I did not see it. There we go. And so now these digits are 5, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 5, of course, because you can't have a 5, 5 X. And it's not 7 either, because if this were a 7, that would need to be a 3, and there's already 1. So this is a 1 or a 2, living its best life over here. Let's see. there aren't that many spots that 4 can go in this row. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Let's see. I know this isn't 4, 6, and it's not 1, 9 either, because the 9 is down here. So this is always 2, 8, or 3, 7. And that's not 2, and that's not 8. Those are the only options, except this is black dot, remember, so that's never 7, so that's never 3. And then 3 only goes with 6, and 8 only goes with 4, so we have a very strange 4, 6 pair in row this one. So these two are the same 4, 6. I don't know how badly I want to catch up those 4, 6s, but I'm going to catch up them anyway. Because that 4, 6 is definitely on this thermo. It could go there still, let us recall. Okay, so... Uh, 786 doesn't work. Or sorry, 736 does not... Oh, no, sorry, it does. I think I'm wrong. Let's see. David says the 4, 6 pair makes row 8, column 1 be 3 or 8. Okay. We're saying, okay, what can this black dot be? And so normally we get 1, 2, 4, 8, 3, 6, except it's not ever 1 or 2. And there's a 4, 6 pair looking at it, so this can't be 4 or 6. So this is only 3 or 8, and those only go with 6 and 4 again. So that's not 3 or 8. So that does mean this isn't a 6, as I previously promised, because if that were a 6, that would be a 4, and it would break that cell. So if that's not a 6, that can't be a 5, because these need to be consecutive. They definitely have a 7 on them, for what it's worth. We do have this 3, 8 pair in this row, knocking 8 out of those cells. This digit can only possibly be 8 or 9 now. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have a weird 6, 8 pair in here because there's a 6 or 8 on this dot and a 6 or 8 on this dot. So in particular, I can't put a 6 on this dot ever. Let's see. Let's see. Right. There's a 1 in one of these two cells, David points out, just by looking at the row. Okay, yellow is white dot. Okay, so yellow is the one that's pretty useless. Oh, right. Earlier, Michael, I think, wanted me to pencil mark this dot and say that it's not 2, 8, it's not 1, 9. So it is 3, 7, or 4, 6. And if I write that down, I see it's not 3, 7 either. So it is 4, 6, and we actually just get that it's 6 and 4. Like that. And that places the 4 in box 1 as well, while we're at it. Means one of... it means one of these two is 4, and so we get to Zackwing our 4s is the point. Or, I guess, easier, where is 4 in row 9 now? And so 4 in row 9 now can only go there because we've got 4s looking at the only two cells that could have been 4. So that's a 5. that is not a 5 anymore. Yes, and in fact, actually, we can even place this for in this cell Ambrose points out. So that is a perfectly acceptable thing that we can do. So that is an 8. Oh, yes, I proved that that cell was a 4 and then wrote a 5 in it. Good, good. Okay, so that's a 6 and a 3 and an 8 and a 9 and a 7. 8 does still go with 4. That's a 6 and a 4. That is an 8. And so 8 goes with 2, famously. So now that's the 9. So now... Oh, never mind. These are 5 and 6, and we know the order. To make that work, these are a triple of something. 1, 3, and 7, it looks like. That one's not a 7 anymore because of the 1, 3, 7 triple. Good. That is not a 6. Okay, this black dot doesn't have a 4 on it, so it's either 1, 2, or it is 3, 6. Okay, and this one's not 2 or 3, so this one's not 1 or 6, just by my options. And that gives me a very bizarre 1, 3 virtual pair in the column. Alternatively, I could just place 1 in box 2. Would actually be an easier method of handling this rather than using a virtual pair, but, well, you know me in virtual pairs. Let's see. So 3 in this column and 7 are what are missing, and that one can't be the 7, so that's the 3 and that's the 7. Okay. So yeah, we still have 3 in this row and 1 of 2 places. Unclear where. 3 in this box, David points out, goes there. So these are just a pair of 5 and 8. These cannot be 2, 3, 4, 5, because that would put a 4 overlapping. So that is an 8 and a 5. So yeah, one of these two is a 7. Still not very useful. Can probably figure out what's going on in this by Mark. So yeah, that is a 6, which places the 6 over in this box here. Tells me there's a 6 in one of those two cells. Not super interesting. 1 is definitely in one of these places. That's not super interesting. We have a white dot here that has lots of odd numbers knocked off it, so that's worth noting. There's no 8 on it, so there's definitely not a 9. And so actually, just by examination, this is either 1, 2, or 6, 5, are actually the only options for this white dot, strangely enough. Okay. I know one of these two is a 6. People want to do Sudoku on 2s. Oh, there's 1, 2 left that is there, which is, I guess, a useful place to do those things. So there is an 8. Is that not the last 2? There's 1 more 2. Even better. There's 1 more 2. And 1 over there. Okay, so we've got all of that. Okay, so now, is there really a 2 left? There's not a 2 left. Let's see. There's a 1, and that is the last 1. Okay. Oh, no. So we've still got 2 places for 3 in the row, annoyingly. Okay, but this can't be 3 or 4. So that must be interesting, right? If this isn't 3 or 4, this is at least 5. So I can at least mark in that this is 5, 6, 7. In particular, that means I have to put one of 3 and 4 over here. Because I've already got 1 and 2 in the row gone, and I can't put both 3 and 4 over here. So this one has to be 3 or 4, but it can't be 4. So it is 3. It doesn't tell me whether that's 4 or not, though, unfortunately. Let's see. We know I need a 5 in this column somewhere, but I've still got options. Still need to fit a 7 in this row in one of these two cells. Let's see. Do I want to do more Sudoku is the question. Well, we know the answer to that question. Let's just write in this row. That's an 8, 9 pair at least, so those aren't 8 or 9. Those are 4, 6. Okay, these two cells are both from 5, 7, 9. Well, that one's certainly 5 or 7 out of those. If this is a 5, that's a 4. Sure, why not? Let's see, AFK says 6 in column 3. Oh, I bet if I fill these two in, I bet it'll help. Because, correct, neither of these can be 6 either. So actually that is the 6, which makes that the 4, and that the 6. Okay, now the 4 in the row is placed, because now it has to go there. And now this is a 5 or a 7, except it's not a 7 for multiple reasons. So that's the 7 and that's the 5. 9, 7. Leave your favorite reason it is not a 5 or 7, or leave your favorite reason it's not a 7 down in the comments. 5 and 6 and 8, and now I think we can go full mark. So 9, 8, 7, 3, 9, 7, 8, 9, 5, 7, 8. Very cute puzzle. Even if I ruined the break-in by doing it with one weird trick that Sudoku setters hate, instead of doing it the intended way. I don't know that the 9s were ever super important, although I assumed that was going to be sort of the idea. But I don't... Oh, I guess it did matter at some point. At some point, it meant something wasn't a 1, 9. Yeah, at some point it was used... The fact that there was a 9 here was used to say this couldn't be a 1, 9. Okay, so it did matter at some point, even if it wasn't sort of like the main point. Alrighty. I'm going to take a quick break, stretch, and I'll be back shortly with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back. I momentarily resisted doing a U-Bahn, but it won't last long. So this is an X-sum Fillomino puzzle. An X-sum puzzle means that whatever we at least one moon-themed puzzle. Do you know moon-themed puzzles? I'm trying to think if I know any moon-themed U-Bahn puzzles. So the fact that it's a Fillomino, I suppose I should say first, means that we need to divide the world into. I should probably turn off answer check if it's going to do that, or conflict checker for the moment. It means that I need to divide the grid into ominoes, such as this 5 omino, and I need to arrange them so that no ominoes touch ominoes of the same size. So the 5 and the 6 omino touching, totally fine. But I can't put another 5 omino over here. Like if I try and put a T-shaped 5, I can't make it green, and that makes Casey sad, so we can't do it. So that's the Fillomino part. Really, it is that simple. You just divide the grid into ominoes. Ominoes of the same size can't touch. Write the size of the omino in the omino. Okay. Then we also have X-sums, where, for example, if this number is a 2, the 2 is the X in X-sums. And what this is supposed to be saying is that the sum of the first 2 digits in the row is 9. So that would say 2 plus 7. That would be 9. Or this could be a 3. And then a 3 and a 3, and then the sum of the first 3 numbers is 9, so that also works. Now, do note that ominoes don't have to have size at most 9. They can have any size, so this could be a 2 and an 18, for example, and that would be okay. Okay, so let's start with the tiniest ones, which is basically where you always start your things. Actually, maybe even this one's the most interesting. This has got to be at least 3. Is there any possibility that this is 4? No. I think this has to be 3. Is the only way that this works. Because if I make this a 2, then I make both of these a 5. And that doesn't work. And so I have to make this at least a 4, or sorry, at least a 3. But 4 is too big, because if I make this a 4, then these sum to at least 3, and these sum to at least 3. But that's a problem, because the 4 needs to sum 4 numbers, and we just proved that we get to 7 already in 3 numbers. So it can't be a 4. So this is a 3. And we get to bring out Big Zach for the 3 dance. Big Zach has been working on the 3 dance. Ba-boop-a-doop. Wee. Ba-boop-a-doop. Wah. Ba-doop-a-doop. Wee. Wah. Thank you. Everybody welcome our intern, Big Zach, back. Okay, so a very natural thing to do. Okay, so this 19 here is interesting because I need to include all of these in the sum. And so this number here is at most 3, but it's assuredly at least 2 because otherwise it can't be a 1 because of the 19, and it's at most 3 because it's in here. Okay, so if this was a 2, that would be a 2. If this was a 3, that would be a 1. In particular, we know the exact shape of this 3, because as soon as this is 3, 3, that's a 1, and that's a 3. And we can go ahead and triominoize our thing and triominoize that and put in our borders. Oh, I think I can put the dashed grid, by the way, if I like, and that'll look fancier. So that is all well and good. That is also a good proof, is that if this corner is 4, one of those 2 cells is 4, and that's already too big. Okay, this number can't be more than 3, and it's not a 2 either. Sorry, it's not a 1 either. This number certainly can't be a 1, and it certainly can't be larger than 3. In fact, 3 is already too big, so this can only be a 2. And then the only thing that works to go with the 2 is a 2. So that is good. So let's see. We'll make our dominoes yellow this time. Like that. Okay. So this is a 2 or a 3 or a 4, maybe. Oh, let's see. This 5 is also forced. Yeah, 3 is too big because if this is a 3, any 2 adjacent digits in a Fillomino puzzle sum to a minimum of 3 because you can't put 2 1s next to each other. So 3 is already too big. 1 is too small. So this has to be 2, 3 with a yellow and a red yet to be completed. Now, can I really put a 3 here? And the answer is I think I can, actually, weirdly enough. I will go ahead and note this 6 again. This is also 2 or 3. Interesting. 4, 1, 2, 1 annoyingly works. So this is 2, 3, or 4. Let's see. Yep, great minds and all, David. Oops. Martin points out this 6 with a 2 is going to cause problems as we sort of percolate backwards here. So remember that there's 2 worlds here. This can be a 2, in which case that's a 2. In which case this definitely isn't a 2 because this is a domino next to a 2. Or this can be a 3. In which case that's a 1. But now the point is this 3 grows there. Right. So if this is a 3, then the 3 grows over here. And so this still is not a 2. So basically, in neither instance is this a 2. This is always a 3, basically. In the 2 case, it's not a 2 because it's next to a 2. And in the 3 case, it's not a 2 because it has to be a 3 because the 3 has to grow. So this is always a 3, regardless. Okay, so that 3 assuredly does not grow up. So these have to be a 1-2 pair. So we can draw a line between them at least. Now, let's see. Yeah, this 3 always comes out this side, chat is pointing out, because I can't have it come up here because of that. I was trying to say the 3 couldn't come up here because of something to do with the 19, but it's not that complicated. The 3 can't come up there because of this. This cell is assuredly at least 8. So it is not the 1 or the 2. Is one thing to say. So basically, if this 1, 2 went left, now this 19 is definitely broken because I have to put a number that's like a 14 here, and I can't because it can't grow anymore. So at least know that doesn't grow that way. If this grows here, this can still be a 14, which is, I think, okay. let's see. I was trying to decide if the, it doesn't work anymore. Okay, so here we go. This number has to be pretty big. Namely, if you think about it, this number has to be at least 7. And that's because if this number is any bigger than 3, then this number and this number are equal. In which case, then, in order to make these 3 numbers sum to at least 19, then this had to be at least 7. Otherwise, this number needs to make up the gap between this number being small. And so, in particular, what I'm going to say is whatever this is, it can't get trapped by the 8. So this 8 can't be as big as 3, because if this 8 had a 3 in front of it, we would cut off this thing that needs to be gigantic. I guess maybe the easier way is to say if this 8 was 3 or 4, all of these numbers would be at most 3, and you're not going to get any numbers 3 numbers that are at most 3 to add up to 19. Either way, what we're saying is that's a 2, which makes that a 6. And so that's a 2, which makes that a 3. If we write that in like that, our 6 gets to be purple now. And so we get all of that. That cell I don't think can be a 6. Because if that cell's a 6, then I'd be at 6 plus 6. I'd still need this to be way too big. So yes, in fact, yeah, I was going to say that can't be the 6. Selena's pointing out that can't even be the 6. Because if this was the 6, I would still have numbers here which are all necessarily at most 6. And I can't make 2 numbers that are at most 6 add to 18. So in fact, this 6 has to grow up at least 1. Right. And so, yeah, the 6 clue is done. Sorry, people in chat said the 6 clue is done, and I thought they were talking about this one, and I was like, I don't quite see it, but they were talking about this 6 clue is done. And so these are a 1-2 pair, and that has to be the 1 now, because if that was the 2, that would also be a 2, and 7 and 6 are different numbers, famously. So that is a 1, and that is a 2. So that's a 6, just because the 6 has got to go somewhere. As noted, that's still not a 6. That's still a 6. And the 6 still has to go somewhere, because remember, it can't go here for sure. So it could come back there maybe, but in all cases, the 6 still needs that cell. These are 3s. And again, whatever this cell is, it has to be pretty big. It has to be bigger than 6. So assuredly, it's going to come out through all of that space. Like that. Okay. AFK pointing out this can't be a 2 anymore, so this is at least a 3. And it can't be as big as a 5, because 4 consecutive digits sum to a minimum of 6, because it's a minimum 1 2 1 2. And so this is not a 2, so this can only be a 3 or a 4. And AFK says there's a big problem with the 4, which is that if this is a 4, then we end up with a problem. This can be a 2 if this is a 17 Zonderbuck. Okay, so AFK is basically saying we should contemplate what this number can be. So this is at most 5. Well, it's certainly not a 1, at the very least. So let us continue sort of thinking down this list. So just given that this is at most 5, we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then these sum to at most 11, which means this is always a 9 or more. So this is 9 plus. So whatever this is, it grows, and it is. And I'm going to write a 9 in sort of a little mark just to indicate that it's 9 or more. I don't know. I don't love it, but I don't have a great thing. 4221 doesn't sum to 9. Oh, it does sum to 9. Sorry. Apologies. I was incorrect. But anyway, the point of all of this is to note that this digit now has to grow here. So this 3, 4 now has to grow there. These are definitely the same number. And 4 doesn't work because now they would be 4, 4, and you can't sort of make these two cells add to what on earth did I do? I got rid of the wrong numbers. These are the same. So yeah, so this can't be 4 because it would be 4, 4, and that would be a problem. So these are 3, 3, and then you fill in the last one. And yes, AFK, I understood your argument. I was just explaining it how you would get there without doing a look ahead. So we actually now know what this number is. Namely, this number is now a 15. So we can make this a 5 like that. Okay, so if this number is a 2, then this is an 18. Funnily enough, this 15 can never stop here, right? Yeah, this 15 can never go to this cell. Because if it does, then this cell now, well, it can't be a 2. And if it's at least a 4, then that doesn't work either. And it can't be a 3 because it's next to a 3. So actually, this 15 is stuck not going over there. So it's going to come down at least this much. Okay. So we've got all of that. Let's see. Of course, it would be really nice if this was a 15, in which case this would want to be... Can this not be 15, actually? I don't think this can be 15. Oh, no, it could be 3, 1, 15. Okay, 3, 1, 15 is what it would have to be. Nicholas, this can still be a 2 with an 18 is still okay. It's going to have to be a 2 with an 18, Garian's pointing out, actually, because this just can't be 4. If this is a 4, then it's going to eat all of these cells, and the 15 is going to have to cross it, and I'm going to have 4, 15, and 2 numbers that add to 1. So actually, this has to be a 2, surprisingly enough, making this an 18. So we will get there. So those are yellow. Okay, and so now this number is at least a 3. It could be 3, it could be 4. but the 18 certainly can't sort of drift its way into this 20 clues zone. So neither of these two can be 18 for what it's worth, which is like getting close to giving me cells that have to be part of the 18, but without quite forcing it. Let's see. If the 15 goes here, does that bully the 18 into the 20 clue? Not quite. Okay. So yeah. So at the minimum. Oh, but this could have the 15 on it. Oh, but it can't have the 15 on it if it can't have the 18 on it, because that's how topology works. Right, so the 15 is under the 18 as far as this clue is concerned. These three clues can't be 18. And so the 18 needs to sneak out under them, but the 15 needs to sneak out under that. And so they both have to squeeze through this gap. And so what chat is saying is that I actually know that this cell is an 18 and this cell is a 15. And so because the 15 had to get out, that makes this, and this a 15. So actually I can sort of connect those back like that. Part of that was because this 2 has to go here. So there we go. And 6 is not the same thing as 15. So 6 definitely extends to here at least. So my 15 extends to here at least. My 18 has to, in fact, get out through here if I go ahead and make this 18 work. And so that means this 20 clue here is a 3. We know it doesn't go there. So we go over here. And again, the 18 can't sort of get in the way of this 20 clue. So we actually get borders all along there, borders all along there, border here, border here. And so let's see, we can make those orange and these blue, I suppose, just for legibility. 3, 3 would be 6. Sorry, would be 14. So these have to be different just because of parity. Because if these two are the same, they would be even. So there's definitely a divide there. For what it's worth. Let's see. Yes. I agree with Nicholas. This probably isn't a 4 because it would include an 18. So no 4 there. So this is a 2 or a 3 now. Let's see. One of these two at least is very large. 3, 3, 14 seems vaguely possible. I actually don't think it's possible. How is this ever going to work? Oh, it could. Sorry, it could squeeze down. Sorry, I was I would. Oh, yeah, it could squeeze down through there. It's fine. But these do take up, if you think about it, these cells together take up a minimum of 20 cells. Because, well, they add to 20. And so a minimum of 20 cells assuredly has to escape through here, right? Oh, sorry. They have to take up a minimum of 17 cells. In any event, 17 cells still means that they need to take that cell. And that cell, actually. So it's because these two are different. Yes, but this could be 3, 3, 14, and 3, 3, and 14 still only add to 17. The key thing is the border here, is what we needed. If these two could both be like 8, then we wouldn't necessarily have this problem. So in any event, the point is that these that takes up at least 17 cells, so we need to get out through here, which means that this has to be a 2 and a 6, right? No, that's not going to work, actually. What am I missing? Oh, it's going to have to be like a 6 and a 7 or something, isn't it? It's going to have to be like a 6 and a 7. Sorry, yeah, okay. Okay, I understand. So, first of all, this definitely has to not go through here, because if this goes through here, it doesn't work, because it, again, doesn't touch the 20 clue. These are two big-ish numbers that sum to 20. So basically, I guess what I'm saying is this number isn't 3. Because if this number is 3, this is 14. I need to get 17 cells in here. And then that means I've got a bunch of 14s that are coming through here. Oh, actually, maybe that is okay if I sort of shove the 6 up in this corner. Never mind. Might be okay. But I really don't think this can be a 3. Because if this number is a 3, that means that these numbers are each at most 4. And there's no way the numbers getting out of this sum are at most 4. So this does have to be 2 and 6. That I will stand by now. That is purple. Okay, and the purple can't go here, because that would block off so the 6 would first of all have to go up and touch this, but now that would block off the 11, right? Because now I would have an 11 involved, and 11 plus 3 is 14. There aren't 14 cells up here. So the 6 just can't go there. So the 6 has to come up. And again, something is sort of coming down here and going down further. The 18 extends. So the 15 extends. So the 6 finishes. Yeah, we got there, AFK. So get that. So that is a 6 just to finish that. Okay, and the 18 keeps growing. So the 15 keeps growing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we're nowhere close. Good to know, good to know. Right, this 3 assuredly has to grow. Now, again, the sum of these is at minimum 17. Let's see. That is 15, 16, 17. So I don't actually know that it has to go down further. Actually, I do, but I have to do case checking to prove it, and I don't really want to at the moment. Yeah, you have to argue about the 6, and that's getting nasty, and I'd rather do something else if I can. Uh, okay. Hey, MusicCuber, how are you doing? This 13 clue assuredly cannot include the 15 in its sum, so therefore this is a 2, 3, or 4. And even 4 seems very dubious, because the 4 is going to take both of these cells and cut off the 18, which is not going to work. So this can only be 2 or 3. Funnily enough, in both cases... Oh, not quite. I was going to say in both cases that meant something about this, but it doesn't necessarily. Let's see. Yeah, this 3 assuredly doesn't go down. Because if the 3 went down, it would make this a 2. I was going to say it always touches a 3, but then I have to go back to arguing the case checky thing that I'm trying to see if I can avoid arguing, because it's ugly. Okay, so this cell I can at least pencil mark as being 2, 3, 4, 5 at most. 5 is going to get awfully squishy. But not quite sure. Let's see. Let's see. Yes, 5 and 6 have a problem, because if you think about it, sort of, they would have to fit into these cells and they don't work. Because remember, this is not a 5. This is something bigger than that. So there definitely can't be a 5 here. It is true. The 6 has to be in the 15 at least once. It's awfully hard to imagine the 6 isn't in the 15 at least twice, actually. Because the 6 we actually know extends here, right? Just by Fillomino, we know the 6 extends here. Now, so this isn't a 2 anymore, for sure. Hey, Heliopolis. That's very nice. Emma points out, if this is a 4, the 4 definitely takes those cells. And now the 6 is in twice. Because the only way that the 6 is not taking this cell is if the 6 doesn't take this cell, it takes these cells, which means this is at most a 3. So this is always at most a 3, is I guess the elegant way to say that. So that's a 3, and that's a 3, and now we get to do math to find that this is a 6. Okay, and we get to wrap this around here. Okay, good. I'm glad we got out of that. I thought that there was something prettier going on, and we successfully avoided arguing about this. About this 6. Let's see. Kind of see, like, do I know the 6 can't take this cell or something? I don't think so. Like, it seems plausible to me that the 6 does this. This is some giant omino, and then there's a 3 and a 1 up there. Yeah, this is certainly minimum 11 now. Now we can definitely say that this is minimum 11 because we now know that this cell is, well, very generously at most 6. Because we now just don't have any cells we could fit it in. So this is at most 6. And so this is at least 11. And so we can extend this out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Note this could still take like that cell or something possibly. But even in that case, we still get at least that much, which is enough to get us our next step of this 3 coming here, which makes this a 2, makes this a 3, makes this an 11. And these are my 2. Okay. Now, probably this is the same 11, but what we can do is we can certainly still grow the 18. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, those are 9 and 10. And I know, again, these aren't the same. Okay, I'm starting to believe that this blue is going to wrap around this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, that would work out pretty nicely. This 25 here is certainly a minimum of 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Irksome. Yeah, maybe we could break the 17 now. Oh, yeah, okay, no, never mind that. Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen, Garion. Yeah, so here's, yeah, if gray is not blue, then gray is 17. Yeah, if this is a 2, that makes this a 17, which then comes along here, and even if it escapes like that, it still doesn't let blue be big enough. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so this is a 3, which makes that a 1. Oh, right, sorry, it could be 388. Right, sorry, I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, it could be 388. And then this would just have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, actually, that exactly perfectly still captures the thing. So yeah, that's still. Oh, and even in that case, I did still prove that that was 3. So 2 problems. Yeah. So got that. So there we go. So if these are equal, they're 8. And that is, oh, this is the wrong color for a shame omino. It's not shameful enough. If these are the same number, that number is 8. And then this can't work, as noted by chat, because it cuts off the blue. So these aren't the same number, which means that we get an omino border there and an omino border there, which means this can't be a 1, because if this was a 1, that would be a 1. So this is always a 2. That's always a 1. Of shame. So this gray is going, oh, sorry. So this gray, yeah, right. So now if the gray, now the gray is a minimum of, if you look at it, 3 plus 2 is 14. So this gray is a minimum of 14. If it's not the blue, we have a problem. So it has to be the blue. Because we have the sort of an even worse version of the 15 problem from before. And so now this is 15 plus 3. And 15 plus 3 is 18. So I need one more. So this is another Fillomino. And so this is yellow. Okay, so that is a 2. This number is at least as big as 3. It's probably blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, it doesn't have to be, because this could just take that cell and be 15 and be done with it. Oh, but blue can't take this cell, at least, because if blue takes this cell, it's done, and that's a second 1. So, silliest deduction ever, but why not? Okay. Let's see. What else can we do? Three and 18 is 21. So I would need a 4. So if the 18 makes it into this 25, I need a 4. Can the 18 not make it into the 25 if the 25 is 4 long? Let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. You'd need like all of those cells, and that preposterously does not work because you have to make the 25 work. And that's never going to work. So this 25 can't be a 4. If the 25 is a 4, you can't include the 18, and then it breaks. So this is a 3. Like that. Oh, are you now going to argue that this can't be a 3 by counting the cells that remain? Because if this is a 3, then this is a 14, and that's an 11, and that's an 18, and those add to too many numbers. I think I believe that 14 plus 11 is too many to do. I don't really relish counting it, if I'm being completely honest, but I'd have to fit the 11 down here, so maybe I should first contemplate that. Oh, and this is still a 14, so I guess I could count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's no way the others fit. So yeah, it's ugly, but yeah, the 3 definitely can't come down here anymore. So that is a 3. And this is not a 3. Now, if this is a 3, 1, then this is a 16, and that's even worse. So this isn't a 1, so this grows out here. And so the 3 finishes over here. And so now the 6 always takes this cell. Oh, sorry, that's not true. The 6 could do that, couldn't it? Yeah, the 3s don't join, right? Sorry, good point. Right, the other 3 was not done. So now I get that this is a 6, which is what I wanted. And now because I proved this can't be a 1, this has to be bigger than 1, and so it has to be a 6, which is what I had wanted. Oops. To prove. Okay, and so we get another stray Fillomino up here. Okay, and so now this is an 11. So we now know that this all connects. It can be green. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and so one possibility is that this goes 9, 10, 11, like that, or something, roughly speaking, like that. Okay, that's a very smart way to think about it. No matter how this 11 grows, one of the cells is going to end up in the 25 spot, so two of them have to, because 3 plus 11 plus 11 is 25. That's a great spot from Carl. So these are both always 11. And whichever of these it is that is the remaining 11 finishes the 11s. So I can sort of border that, and I can finish this 3 over here. Oops. Very nice. We're not actually done yet. Don't pay attention to the Sudoku man. Okay, so now this 18, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So now the 18 needs to be exactly those 18, or it does not work. So we get to do that, which means the 15 has to come up here and grab that, and the green grabs that, and then we're done. That was very lovely. I quite enjoyed that. I will give that a heart. A little messy on the ending, but very good. Star zetas out of star. Okay. I am going to take a brief stretch break, and I'll be back with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back. I could not resist the U-Bahn forever. So we are back with, and I don't need these dashed lines anymore. That's going to look terrible. We're back with a U-Bahn with cages puzzle by Jacob and Woofer. This is the easier of their two U-Bahn with cages puzzles. And this is the example. So that there's a 4-star puzzle after this, but we'll start with the example, which is usually merciful, although occasionally it is not merciful. Let me put a link in chat. So there is a link to the LMD page. I mean, you've been setting nothing but U-Bahns lately, Niverio, so you're part of the problem. So we have our normal U-Bahn rules, which are that we need to draw a loop network into the grid, something like this. So the difference between a loop and a loop network is that it is allowed to branch, but it's not allowed to have dead ends. So I can't just sort of have that. You're meant to think about it as like a train network, like the subway station that people are taking as they go around. We did one where there were actual stations last time. And what the clues outside the grid just tell you is which pieces are used. So this is saying you use 2 of a piece that is cross-shaped, 1 of a piece that's this. And basically the point is these are the only 4 shapes of piece that you can use when you're building a loop network. This just tells you how many of each of them you use. Now, if there's no information given, that is, if there's no clue, then you're just out of luck as far as those things go. But that is how that works. Okay. And also in this, we have cages. And so any cages or any cells that are visited by the loop network must have the same line shape irrespective of rotation. Sorry, I misunderstood. I'm glad I read this because I had thought that it was the opposite of that. Different cages may have different line shapes, and cages may be empty. Okay, so you're allowed any number of empty cells, but all the cells that are actually in the cage have the same shape. And so this cell, I contend, cannot be in the loop network, because if this cell is in the loop network, by virtue of being a corner, I know what it is. Namely, that has to look like that. But now I have to make my loop network out of I have to put everything in this cage having that shape. And now my loop network is not connected because I can never get from there to the stuff that I know is in the last row. So this is out. And we get that right away. Okay, so now I know that 4 of these cells are turns. That is, 4 of them at least are part of the loop network. So this and this have to be part of the loop network, because if they were out of the loop network, let me just show you. If this is out of the loop network, it creates a dead end here, which shows up as being that as well. And so therefore these are both, therefore these cells are both in the loop network. Yeah, connectivity arguments in U-Bahn are incredibly rare. And the only one you usually see is that you can't have this exact pattern. So if you then, so I think like 95% of U-Bahn puzzles have no connectivity arguments at all. And then of those 5% that do, 95% of them, the connectivity argument only applies to this exact shape not being allowed to appear, would be my assessment of the state of the U-Bahn universe in terms of connectivity. Yep, so if this is out of the network, Garion is pointing out that we then sort of force the exact same arrangement that we forced up here by a combination of the cage and the column clue. Because if this is out, these are all in and all corners, and so then we get the corner, corner, corner business happening. So this had better not be out. So it is in, and it's a corner. Which means that this is in, and it's a corner. Yes. So if this is in, actually, looking at the bottom part, what you can see is that in row 6, there's only one horizontal segment. And that's always, like, if you've never done U-Bahn puzzles before, that's the question to always ask yourself if you're running out of questions, is ask yourself how many horizontal segments and vertical segments are there in each row and column. And so in this case, a horizontal segment can only, if it's on the border, be ended by turns. So there can only be one. So if this is in, then these are both turns, and all of these are out, and I can't shoehorn this in anywhere, is the point. So that doesn't work. So therefore, this is out, and all of these things are in, and they're all corners. And so we know what those look like. Oops. These are in. And Selena is pointing out that because I know this is a corner, I know that I can put an X here to say the loop network does not run that direction. Okay, so it could be that this is a corner. That is true. This is the single corner in this row. That is a good spot. These can't be... Oh. If this is in, the thing these all are is corners, which I think is actually okay. Let's see. Interesting. I do know the shape of the top left cage. I agree. Although I will say, when I picked this puzzle, I was quite sure that the cages meant you couldn't repeat shapes within the cage, which I thought was going to be interesting, but it turned out to be the other way. Row 5, column 2 can't be a corner. You'd make a mini loop or put a second corner in row 3. Okay, so mini loop would be bad, of course. What's wrong with making a T in this row or something like that, rather than a corner? If this is in, it's certainly a corner, which would make this go corner, corner, and then that be what it is. Yeah, this assuredly can't be X. I agree with that. So if I know this isn't an X, then I know that 2 of these 3 cells are X's. And whichever 2 it is, this is one of the commonalities. Whenever you've got a whole bunch of cells and you know most of them are X's, you can think about the commonalities. And one of the commonalities with them being X's is that you get all of those. And this cage, actually, if you now look at it, I know one of these 2 is an X, so I know they're both X's. So by how cages work. And so I also know this is an X by how cages work. So there we go. Okay, so that was a very cute deduction there. I was happy with it anyway. So we've got all of that. So now corner is not the shape of this cage because that's in it. So this is not in the cage. And so this down here, this is a real corner. It was a very cool deduction. I liked that a lot. Now there are only 2 corners in this row again. Oh, right. That's all the 4 ways. Haha. Good point. There are only 2 corners in this row, but there's still other stuff. So this has to keep going to the right. Spoiler, that step shows up in the U-Bahn that I posted in the Discord. Oh, this can't be straight. Because if this were straight, that would be straight, and it would break this clue. So this can only, therefore, be a T. I posted a little 6x6 U-Bahn, yes. In the... it's a little thing. It's only a 6x6. Right. That is the last T. And that is the last T for this row as well. This is done. Okay, and so now this thing is either a corner or a straight line, which is not maximally helpful. Yes. Carl points out this is now the only cell in column 1 that can account for this straight line. Because, well, these are both T's. And this cage only has corners in it. So this is a straight line. Okay, and now that tells me, because this has to be a T, I know what it looks like, because everything in this cage is a T. So it has to look like, oops, not like that, spoiler Sven, not like that. It has to look like that. So now that is all done. Okay, so now within this cell, this can only be a straight line or a corner. Oh, right. We know that is an easier point than what I was going to do. Emma points out, yeah, we now know how this looks. This now looks like that. And that is blue, da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. Okay, so the thing in this cage is got to be a straight line, because by this row it's not a corner, and by this row it's not a T or a 4-way. So this is a straight line cage. And so we can extend the straight lines like that and get that all of those are appropriate straight lines. This can't be a straight line, so it's just out. This now has to continue under. And that's all done. Oops. Oh no, your coloring is the exact opposite. Oh no, I'm sorry you weren't here the day that I couldn't decide whether to do it this way or the exact opposite way, and chat said do it the exact opposite, or do it this way. Because I was indifferent between the two when I started, but now unfortunately I have internalized that it is this. So these two are done. Oops. So these are both in. Okay. So, oh, this is done, of course. And so now we must contemplate the nature and purpose of reality. Okay, well, this can't be out. Because if this cell is out, it makes this cage straight lines, which is going to run this off the top of the grid, which would cause a horrible railroad accident. So we don't want to do that by any stretch of the imagination. So it's not straight lines. And if it's not straight lines, that means this doesn't go only up. So it definitely turns this way. So we have that. And now this isn't a straight line, so it doesn't only go that way. It definitely goes this way. And so now that is in. Now, we run into problems. I'm trying to think of the most elegant way to say why I can't just make all of these corners. Like this definitely can't be corners, but I'm trying to figure out what is the nice way to say it can't be corners and not just I'm drawing it in my head and I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. So yeah, if this turns here, that turns. So yeah, so if this is corners, I guess the point is it can't turn that way because that would break. So it would have to turn this way. But at which point that's corner, corner. Oh, sorry. At which point, yeah, this is that breaks that. Right. I feel like there's a nice way to say this. That is nicer than we are giving it credit for. What is the fastest way that this breaks? Mostly I'm trying to do it because this is the example puzzle, and I am assuming the ability to visualize what happens is not going to exist in the real puzzle. That's the point. That is the point. This is a T. So yeah, so this is not a turn. So this is a T is the only thing it can be. And so these things are done. This is now in. And so so if this is a corner, then it turns here. Let's see. That at the very least, this makes there a lot less to look at to visualize what's happening. Maybe it doesn't help at all. I mean, I could probably do something about corners and parity and stuff like that if I wanted, because there need to be an even number of corners in these cells. And so I guess an even number of corners plus vertical T's. Yeah, I guess just thinking about if it's corners, then this has to turn this way and be done. And now whichever way this goes ruins the world. I think that's not too bad. But yeah, but yeah, that is I think that's probably the easiest way to see it is if this is a corner, we know, or if the cage is corners, we know this is that corner, and now this either has to do that or that, and you only have to look ahead one step. I mean, maybe two steps, depending on exactly how you count, to see that this is going to make a T by virtue of what happens in that corner. So yeah, so it can't be corners; it has to be T's. So that is a T, and that is a T, and this is a T, and this is a T. And we can say all of those are done. And so now this needs to finish. So it finishes by going up there. And that's done, that's done, that's done, and that's done. Okay, so there's the example puzzle. Let us do the real puzzle. So here is the real puzzle. Okay, so right away we've got 0 T's in this column and 2 pluses in the column. 6 turns here. 2 turns here. And 1 line. Let's see. We've got an odd number of corners here, but we don't really know anything about the T's. Yeah, okay, This is one of these rows where we know that this T is vertical. For whatever. How do you get Sudoku Pad to conclude you've done a puzzle where you don't write anything in the puzzle, Tallcat? Because I've wanted to be able to do that, because then I can heart it, but I don't know how. But it sounds like you do if you have recorded the time. That is a good point. There are 6 total corners in row 1, and there are only 4 cells in row 1 that are not in cages. So at least one cage in row 1 is T's. Or sorry, is T's. Is corners. Oh, you just screenshotted it when you were done. Okay. I do know if I want to use the tool that annoys Tallcat, but just get Sven to do it. Or to allow me to do this. That is a vertical, this is a vertical T, because again, there need to be 2 total horizontal segments, one of which is ended by 2 corners and one of which is ended by a corner and a vertical V. Let's see, 4 corners in this row. Let's see, that is very interesting. Yeah, this T is quite interesting, because I can't, for example, put it here. Because if I do, then I'll make this cage T's, and I'll need to put more T's there. And so I'm going to have a lot of empty spaces. Like whichever cage gets the T, the entire rest of the column is going to be empty in that cage. So like that could be the T, or that could be the T, for example. And likewise these. So one of those is the T in this column, I believe. And it's definitely... that's what the V here is for. It's not there, at least. Because the T in this row is not going like that. That's a horizontal, and the V in this column is vertical. So it's not there. So it could still be here, going up, or it could be in one of these 2 spots. Let's see. Oh, column 6 has no T's. So here going up is not going to work. In fact, so the fact that this T was vertical was completely irrelevant. That's what you're telling me? That is bullshit. I was so happy about myself seeing the vertical T and everything. Yes. So the fact that the T, that there's no T in this column means that, yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. So I've got to do this. And these are both out because of all of that agreement. Okay, so we've got this little thing. So there we go. That is done. Okay. So this is something that's not T's. I mean, it's still a cute deduction, but I was so happy that that deduction was being used for this. So we have that. Let's see. This is out. The answer is corners, but who knows what we're going to do with that. I do know that this means that one of these sides is entirely blank. Oh, yeah, blues aren't corners because of column 4. That's true. Because if this blue was a corner, it would touch one of these 2, and then that would also be a corner, and that would be too many corners for the column. So this isn't corners. It's not T's. So that means these things are either straight lines or 4 ways. Now, 4 ways would be an awful lot of 4 ways. It would be too many 4 ways. No, it would be exactly 2 4 ways in this column, which is the number of 4 ways that are in here. Unfortunately, so that doesn't break immediately. Oh, right. I can't do 4 ways because this would be a 4 way, right? This is the problem. This 4 way would go into that gray is the issue. So yeah, so it's not 4, it is 2. So that means that we can draw it in. So 2 is the only option now left because of that cell. That's very clever. Okay, so the straight version continues in that fashion. These are all done, and these are all done as well. These are in. So have that. Okay, and this can't be in, that can't be in, and that can't be in, and that can't be in. None of those things can... Sorry, some of those... That one wasn't actually in the cage. So ignore that one. But these aren't... these can't be in because they would need to be straight lines, and they can't be straight lines. This one's not in the cage, so I cannot apply that logic to it. Okay. Only apply the logic to the place where it applies is a good goal. So now we have to put 2 x's in this column, and that's going to be really difficult. Oh, this isn't in the cage either. Oh, this just isn't in the cage at all. Sorry. I got a little over exuberant when I was filling this out. It's still going to work out the same way, but not quite. But the next step's going to be the same, which is that we know where the x's go in this column now. Okay. This is still not anything. So now, yeah, we need 2 x's in this column. And so one of them can go here, and it's going to have to, because we can't put it here. Because if we put one here, then we destroy the world by virtue of making this cage into a crazy thing. And so the only other spot we can put it is here. So these 2 are both my crisscrossies. Now, we can do a bunch more with that. In particular, remember, this is the straight line cage. So we can fill in the straight line cage here. By the way, several people in chat have pointed out that I ungrade this cell, but this cell was validly grayed in the first place. It was not an invalid conclusion. Okay, I know this cage definitely isn't straight lines. It's not straight lines or T's or, yeah. So in fact, actually, this just has to be corners. Because this cage, if I look at it, it's not 4 ways or T's, and it can't be straight lines because I can't continue this to be a straight line and that to be a straight line. So this is just a corner cage. So I can sort of fill in what that looks like that. I'll try and put in all of my X's, as I know Selena appreciates. And so that is done. Okay, and there are only 3 corners in this whole row, so it's interesting because if this turns this way, then that's all the corners for the entire row. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, that does not work for a kind of funny reason. If this turns this way, let me just show you this. If this turns this way, then this turns this way. And now this is also a corner. Oh, maybe it's okay. Sorry, I thought that broke the number of horizontal things in the row, but I think it gives me exactly the right number of horizontal streaks in the row, provided that the vertical V is over here somewhere. But anyway, this cage is corners, is the point at the end of the day. Yes, this column has a horizontal T because of that odd number here. So there's at least one horizontal T in this column. And it certainly can't be any of these cells. It is... Oh, and it can't be there. So yeah, the horizontal T has to be at the top. There's nowhere else. Good spot. Yeah, not in the cage that is expressly not T's. Is a good point. Okay, and so now this is done. Because remember, this is a corner cage. This is also done, but not for any cage-related reason, just for U-Bahn-related reasons. Okay. Oh, right. This is just ungettable toable because standard U-Bahn stuff. Okay. So there's two straight lines and one corner. Okay. So this has to keep going because I need to get my two... Oh, sorry. No, my straight lines could be... Oh, no. There's no... The straight lines have to be vertical because there's no place for a horizontal... Oh, no. One of them's there. Well, there's no place for another horizontal straight line. So I need at least one more vertical straight line before I get here. And now this is a corner. So that means that... Oops. That means that this must be the other one for this clue. Like that. And this, I kind of know where it is because it's there, but I don't know which direction it goes yet. Okay. So that means this is just out because if it was in, it would be a second corner, and that sort of percolates up the column like that. Okay. I kind of feel like this is going to be a T cage, but I could be wrong. Okay, how many corners do I have, or how many none corners do I have in the first row? I have potentially 4 none corners. But I think it's going to break because of that. It's basically saying I don't think this can be straight lines. Because if this is straight lines, then this goes straight across like this. And now I have the problem that I need to make every other cell in this row a corner, because there need to be 6 corners. Except in so doing, I create the torment nexus from before, where I end up with this, which creates this problem with connectivity. So it breaks in the same connectivity way as the example puzzle if I make those lines. Oops. So the point is I don't only go across. This is either a T or a corner itself. But it being a T is going to, I think, cause the same problem, actually, because if it's a T, yeah, if it's a T, it's exactly the same problem. Yeah, verbatim the same. So this is a corner cage again. Okay. Yes, the example showing us that was very kind, and a good use of example puzzles, I feel like, for sure. Okay, notably, if these aren't all empty, we know the exact shape that they have, which is probably going to be interesting at some point, possibly, maybe. Okay. This cage, or this cell, is empty, Isabel is pointing out, because it would need to be a straight line, and it can't be in any way, shape, or form. Let's see. This is the row with a vertical T. Okay, and this... Okay, so these are all three corners, by the way, in this row. So I can yellow this. These are the only corners in this row. Which means that this cell is out. That's cute. This cell is out because this is a corner cage, and I know where all three corners are in the row. And so now I know that my vertical T isn't over here. My vertical T has to either be here or over here somewhere. Notable. Now, if these are in, they have to be just vertical lines, right? Oh, here's a better question. Where's the four-way in this row? Oh, that's what Tallcat asked. Sorry, I thought Tallcat was asking where this was in the row, and I was obsessively fixating over it. But Tallcat was actually asking the correct question, which is where is this in the row, given that it can't be next to a gray. And so it goes in one of these three cells, except it's not against a border. And if I put it here, it makes that into a cross, which doesn't work. So in fact, it is... there we go, a hidden single cross, as we often see in Ubon puzzles, which now finishes this, which now finishes this. And so all my Corbers are now done in the row, and we either have a T here or a T here. Let's see. Yes, and that was our X. I might as well mark. That is a good idea. And I know kind of where this is, and that it is in one of those two cells. Okay. It is interesting that I know there's a whole bunch of T's in this column. Yes, this can upgrade from yellow to orange now. Yeah, the vertical T is in one of these two cells for sure. And I kind of like the look of this being a T cage, but I don't quite know how to prove it yet. Yes. If this is in, it creates the tiny loop torment nexus again. Because if this is in, then I create the little thingy again, right? Like if I just imagine if this is in. Oh no, it doesn't have to. It can escape like that. Never mind. Tragic. It was such a cool point too. Okay. let's see, there's only one T in this column, which is interesting. There is a 4-way somewhere in this row, which is actually more restricted than it looks because of all the nonsense that we have going on. Do I actually want to look for it? It could be here. It can't actually... I think it could be here. It can't actually be in this cage because it would break the cage. And it could maybe be there. From the famous... the lesser-known sequel to the famous novel, Ambrose. Not in column 2. X would touch the border? What's wrong with... Oh, I see. Yeah, these are two separate cages. I think the highlighting thing was there. This isn't a corner, so it is at least a T or an X. And so I can draw in... Oh, it just is a T, right? That's just the only option. Oh, it could be a straight line. Could it be a straight line? This is either a straight line or a T. If this is a straight line, then this whole cage is straight lines. Yeah, I think it could be straight, actually. Sort of trying to visualize what that would look like in my head. Row 2, column 3 is stranded. Okay, yes. If this goes... Okay, sorry. Here's the easiest way to do this. I know it's not a corner, so this cell doesn't go only down. It always goes over. I can't apply that here, but I can at least apply it there. So that's observation 1, which I was not fully appreciating. And so now if this is straight, that is, if this is done, it forces this to turn and then run off the edge of the board. So it can't do that. So in fact, it is T. Okay, and so this is also a T. This was the thing I was spending my whole time visualizing in my head, trying to prove didn't happen, and then it did happen. Oops. Okay, you are in. And this has to be a vertical T, because remember, there's only one kind of T in this row. And once I fill in that that's a vertical T, then I know everything that happens in the world, I think, because now that has to be straight, and this has to come down here, and that has to be straight. I can orange that, and I will immediately delete this text before Tallcat is already typing about it in chat. Tallcat's message is already being typed, I'm sure. Okay. So these can't be straight, because there's already a straight here. So if these can't be straight, then this one definitely turns this way, and this one definitely turns this way, and so it must be T's, because 4 won't work. So that finishes this cage. That step was so generous. Let's see. There are 2 T's in this column so far. There are 14 T's in this column so far. Okay, I still need 2 more T's in this row. And if this isn't a T, it's not in, and then this isn't a T, and that does, or sorry, if this isn't a corner, it's not in, and then this isn't in either. So this is in and is a corner, and then it's going to go one of the corner directions. I don't know which one yet, but it will go in somewhere. Now, the question is it possible that these aren't both in? Or sorry, that these aren't both in, because I think if these aren't in, I don't think I can get this to connect. I don't think. Yeah, I think at least this is going to end up being in, but I could be wrong. I think we're going to end up with exactly the sort of squiggle cage. But I haven't quite figured out the smart way to say it in my head yet. I do know this doesn't go down, I suppose. Okay, I think if I just fill in that this doesn't go down, I think that that is going to tell me, because now if this goes here, it has to turn up. And if it does that, then it has to do that. And then we have created the mini loop torment nexus. And so this can't go that way. This is like a tiny bitty look ahead there to Isabella's earlier point. That doesn't work. So therefore, this has to go this way. Okay, and so now this can't only go up, because if this only goes up, we create the mini loop again. And so this has to go down for sure, but I don't know that it's done. This, if I look at the row, can only be a straight line. So this actually is done. And this certainly isn't a straight line, so it's nothing. So we've got all of that. Okay, we do still need 3 straights in this row, and we've only got 1. So that kind of makes this want to be a straight. If this cage isn't straights... if this cage isn't straights, then I need to make this a straight. That is what we're saying. Okay, got it. Yeah, okay, that's the way to think about it. This domino has at most 1 straight thing in it, because they can't both be vertical and they can't both be horizontal. And you can't mix and match horizontals and verticals next to each other is another one of those like things that you internalize by doing U-bonds eventually. So I need one of these 2 to be straight as well, except that if this one's straight, it's horizontal, and that doesn't work. Because in fact, actually, by virtue of the fact that I need one of these to be straight, because again, these can't both be straight, so actually I do need this cage to have straights in it, is what I should have said. These can't both be straight, and these can't both be straight. So I need a straight out of these 2 and a straight out of these 2. However, a straight out of this one is horizontal and breaks instantly, so that one's out. And this one is in as a vertical straight. Okay, and so this needs to climb up because it has nowhere else to go. And so now this is just unable to be a straight, so now this is a straight. Is it the only T for the column, or is it a 4-way? I also thought it was the only T for the column, but I don't think that I know that it's not a 4-way, do I? I think it could be a 4-way and still work with this cage. So I think we have to wait and see on that matter. Row 4, column 9. It was easy to read because it was just typing the thing that was going in my head, in my inner monologue while I was talking. And if someone says like exactly the words that I'm thinking, then it's pretty easy to read. Row 4, column 9. Ah, yes. Now this is just unable to go anywhere. It would be a dead end, yes. So we've got all of that. Okay, so we'll wait till the sequel comes out, Selena. Okay, so have you stolen Selena's crossing in row 5? I believe you have, yes. So so the crossing in row 5 now can only go here. I have to say, hidden single crossings are to U-Bahn as cells that aren't reachable by any clue are, or 2x2s that are only reachable by one clue in Nurikabe. Like it's not my favorite of deductions in terms of depth. Let's see. Okay. Oh boy, and this is a giant cage. Not lines by the train wreck set up in column 7. That's true. That is true, yeah. So if this cage were lines, that's a beautiful way to put it. We'd have this going this way and this coming this way, and that would break. So this doesn't go only straight, and so therefore this one has to turn down for sure, at the very least. And this one is, again, not only straight, so it has to turn that way. Yes, and column 7 has 1 T in it. In particular, it doesn't have 17 T's in it. So this can't be T. So it's not T or X or straight. So this is a corner cage again. Oops. There we go. So that is a corner. Now this is unreachable. And we can do our Selena Xing for our corners. Like that. No T's in column 6 is a great point. So this is out. And so that means that this turns this way, and these two are done. For some reason, my mouse is lagging slightly, which is a thing I have never had happen before. Okay, so that is, again, 2 corners. So these could be 2 more corners. It's possible. I do think it is going to be a real connectivity step about how this is going to work out. But I'm not sure which thing it's going to resolve, whether it's going to resolve this piece or whether it's going to resolve that these two don't go to each other. Okay. Let us see. Because it could resolve either. Let's see. Oh, no. It's fine. Yeah, these can't join. Because if these join, this is... Oh, no. Never mind, sorry. Column 7 needs a T and it's forced, is the point? Okay, so... Right, I can't put a T in the cage, and I can't put a T there. Okay, so the hidden single T trick. Yes, okay, so that is the T for the column. And now it is correct to say that this part of the network is just not connected to anything if I connect these. So we did get the actual non-trivial connectivity puzzle. So we have to do 400 more puzzles before we see this again. But we will do that. So we get to do that. Okay, and so now now this is a dead end, and so now this is a dead end, and so now now we have to do that over there, and so these are now all done. I do like, so you would really like AFK, the Whooper puzzle Bullet Train, which is a Nurikabe Yuban permaculture that is all about connectivity in a very cool and interesting way that isn't quite like anything else I've ever seen. Generally, that is sort of like the thing I most want, is I want a genre that's like Yuban but has more connectivity stuff. And I have tried, but I haven't quite succeeded. Okay. Oh, I didn't ever mark that I found this four-way. Okay. Yes. Nicholas remembering from earlier that we know there's only one horizontal segment in this row, and we know it's now over here, so therefore it's not over here. And also, this can't go only up, so we know it comes over at least one. Because if it went only up, then I would not have room for this cell, which is, funnily enough, I think basically the same clue that we used in the to resolve in the example puzzle. It's gonna be funny if this is just one corner and that's the whole cage. The row one clue is hopefully done. Yes, it is done. We need 2 more straight lines in this row. We currently have 0, is interesting to note. So if this cell is in, it can't be a straight line, because that would definitely break that cell. So if this cell is in, it goes like that at least. I think this cage is going to be T's, because it looks to me like I think that works. Yeah, I think that's going to work. I think it's going to be some sort of mess like that, but I can't quite prove it yet. But I probably will need a little additional information to prove it. Let's see. What if this is a T and that's a straight? Why is that? What's wrong with that? Is there a reason that doesn't work, AFK? Yeah, it is true. We do need 2 straights over here, because we're getting 0 total straights over here. So we need 2 straights here. And there's no way I can fit a horizontal straight in here, therefore. So I need 2 vertical straights in here. So the 2 vertical straights can't go here and here, because if these were 2 vertical straights, then I would not have any horizontal lines. So by a 2 out of 3 argument, there needs to be a vertical straight here. So that is indeed a vertical straight. That is indeed a corner. That indeed is a something. And so one of these is a T and one of them is an L. Let's see. Okay, so this cell is definitely not a T by the column. For reasons. If this were a T, it would create multiple T's in the column, which I am not allowed to do. Would strand a line. Oh boy, yeah, you're right. It would create two T's down here. Okay, yeah. So if this cell is a vertical line, then this goes up through here, but now this line segment comes back down here and creates a second T in the row, or just if you want this cell just now has nowhere to meander to. So this is not the cell with the vertical segment. This is the cell with the other vertical segment. Which now, funnily enough, and this pattern shows up a lot in Ubon. Now this cell is dead because, I mean, lots of reasons, but one of the reasons is because it would be a third line between the two lines. It would also have been a dead end here once I filled in that these were that. But anyway, I like the you can't fit a line between parallel lines in a row with two lines deduction a lot. That one is one that always strikes my fancy. Okay, so hopefully all of these clues are done, because if they're not, we have a problem, right? So yes, all of those are done. Are we sure that this isn't a T cage? So I think this could be a T cage. Oh, this can't be a T cage because it would create two T's. Right, that's the point. Okay, yes. This is not a T cage because it would create double T's here, and this column only has one T. So yes, so this is not a T cage. So there's no T's in here. Oh, unless this is a T going up. Maybe this being a T going up is okay. I think this being a T being vertical is also okay. Those are the two options that I am willing to contemplate. So I think one of these two... Wait, I literally just said this is... Yeah. It can be a T cage, but if it's a T cage, it has to go up. Yeah, this can't be a T. So I think one of these two is the T, which I think means they're always both in, and there's always a segment here. Because I think there's two spots, and I think it's the T cage being here, and the T looks like that, or the T being here, and the T looks like that, and they both have that in common. AFK disagrees. Is there another spot? I don't think there's another spot. Now, the two T's in this row, I think, is going to force it to be this one. But I'm not sure yet. I would make these straight lines, I believe. I think I can fit two T's over here. I don't think that's a problem. Let's see. We still need our two corners in this column. We've got two T's in this column. We only need one more T in this column. Selena makes a good pigeonhole principle argument, which is that one of these cages has one of the two corners in it. So at least one of these cages is a corner cage. Do I know for sure that one of these can't be a corner cage? I don't think I know for sure that one of these can't be a corner cage. Let's see. Uh, let's see. Do we have any sort of like stray clues this got used and I just never marked it? The four corners here really sort of intrigues me because one of the versions puts both corners over here. For what it is worth. I think it works like this, Nicholas. I wouldn't make those the two corners. Let's see. Two. Okay, I'm trying to ask myself things like, can both of these be corners? And it seems to me like it's okay if they're both corners. Okay, we're investigating that there might be a commonality of the two T's. So that was one T, which definitely forced this up and this up, and the other was this T, which definitely forced that over. At the very least. Oh, right, because in this universe, that's also a T, right? So right, because in this universe, that T and that T are both in. So so I guess this is always in. Is one thing that we can say. Uh, 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 okay, so the one version is that. Right. The other version is that this is a T, meaning that that's in, right? Okay, agree, and right. This is a T or this is a T, so there's always a segment connecting these two. So these can be facing T's. Okay, so now if these are corners, right. So these can't only this can't only connect across. Because if this only connects across, that strands this cell with nowhere to go. So this has to connect into the cage. And so either way it connects into the cage, that means that these have a component in this direction. Which means that this is always a corner. And that's always a T. So there's one corner over in these cells, sort of fascinatingly. Okay, this can't be corner either. So this also can't turn only this way, because if this turns only this way, we then have stranded this. So this also connects down, which means this also... No, that does not mean that one also connects down. It just means this one also connects down, that's for sure. And it means that if this is in, it goes straight across like that. Let's see. Yes, the cage can't be straights, right? That is the easiest way to say it. The cage can't be straights, so this also needs to go over here, which means that this is definitely a T cage, which means this is definitely a T, which means by this column clue, this is not a T. And we know that this is a T. So this can't be in because it would put two T's in the column, so we know which T it is, so it's that T. Can mark off that clue. This is done for sure. This needs to go somewhere, so it connects up like that, and we can mark off those. Very nice. Very nice sequence of stuff there. Sort of like the constant turning over of like, how exactly do I ask this question? And then finding like, again, sort of like if you ask the question the right way, then the answer is easy. And otherwise the answer is horrible. Okay, so we still need two T's in this row. And so this is always in, regardless of how that works, because the two T's either go here and here, in which case that's in, or this is one of them, in which case, of course, it's in. I need exactly one corner in this row, and no matter which one it's in, that one's in. So these are both in, and they're both the same. So the things they could be, naively, are 1, 2, and 3. Which by which I mean this one, and this one. Now, let's see. Are there any of those I can instantly rule out? That is a good question. Sadly, I feel like I could visualize all of them, and all of them seem feasible. Okay, so I think the two T's, I think the twos break. I have to look pretty far ahead in my head, but if they're twos, it looks like this, and that two T's therefore looks like that, and now I've broken this. That's how far I have to get in my head before I see that 2 doesn't work. But that does not work. Unless I have misrepresented what happens if those are both horizontal, but I don't think they could both be horizontal. And so if they're both horizontal, or sorry, if they're both not twos, that means we definitely get that for sure. Oh, right. If this is a 1, it's not a 1. Okay, yeah. So I agree that this is much nicer than the other one. I wasn't a huge fan of the not 2 step, but the not 1 step I really like. Because if this is a 1, then instantly what that means is both of these are 3s. And spoiler, then this, under the hypothesis that this is a 1, it's not a 1, is very nice. So this is a 3 cage. Is very nice. Okay, so this cell is done. I can get rid of these. Okay, and one of these two is a 3. If this is a 3, it's the last 3. for the column. Let's see. This is a T I know. Okay, so this is corners, right. Right. I agree with Selena, because now we know that 2 of these 3 are corners, because I know this is a T, even though I haven't filled it in yet. So I know this doesn't connect this way. And I know one of these 2 is a corner, which means this one's definitely in, no matter what. And by virtue of it being in, that tells me that this one is in, and we get this horizontal line over here. Which is very nice. Wait, is this row 6? This is row 6. Yes. This cannot be a T. Right. If this was a T, it would make that a T, and that's too many T's. So this isn't a T, and so my 2 T's are, well, of course, this one I already knew was a T, but my other T is this one, which is very nice. Spot Tegarian. And then I have to understand a torment nexus point in a moment. The bottom left is not in because of torment nexus. Right. If this was in, then we would repeat this torment nexus pattern, and that doesn't work. So that is out. Also, we have finished. Oh, no, we haven't quite finished, but we can yellow this too. I will allow yellowing that too. Also, this is our last corner in the row, because remember, I needed a 4th one. So that one's done. And we can orange that 4. So now this corner can be finished. So we have, that is my corner. Over there. Oh, there's one more T in this column still. And we said it's not there. And so the only place it can be is here. Okay, and so this is a corner, finishing this T. So this is in. Let's see. Okay, so these T's are now the done. And we still need 2 corners. Right. This one's done. That's the point. This is done, so this is out. And once that's out, then this is out. And now we get to do a boop like that. And now these are my 2 corners, so I boop them. And now this can also be booped. Excellent. That is one of my favorites of the collection of Ubon puzzles that I have done. Very nice use of the cages. I'm intrigued by. They also have a Ubon puzzle that I probably should not attempt now, although I'm tempted. That is Ubons with extra regions. 59-ish minutes. But very nice. Let's see. How bad could it be? Oh, the other one is very heavy on Ubon knowledge. Whatever. The problem with puzzles with colossal in the name. Okay, fine. We'll save this one for later. We'll do a different puzzle. Only for you, AFK. Let's see. But the problem with puzzles in the colossal in the name is that usually puzzles with colossal in the name don't stream well because you have to like zoom in really close to see anything, which is a shame because I think they would be cool. But I do acknowledge the issue. Let's do a region sumlines puzzle. Okay. So here we have a region sumlines puzzle. The line has the same sum for each box it passes through. So these three cells have the same sum as these two cells. But in particular, those two cells, these two cells, these two cells, and these two cells all have the same sum. Yes, it's a region sum line puzzle. So one thing I notice is that the sum of these cells is a multiple of 4 because it's the same number 4 times. So this number needs to be 1 more than a multiple of 4 because 45 is 1 more than a multiple of 4. So this can only be 1, 5, or 9. I think at least naively all of those are possible. Oh. Well, that's sure helpful to see, Isabella. It's funny because I published a region sumlines puzzle where there was a single cell somewhere that a whole bunch of people did not see for a really long time. And then I always do the same thing. Yes, this is a single cell, which means the sum is at most 9, which means that if these sum to at most 9, these sum to at most 36. So this cell needs to be at least 9. So that means these are 9s. And we get to do a 9 dance, which Big Zach is not yet comfortable with. So we'll bring out Zach for that. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-boop-ba-boop. Wah! Ba-boop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so I agree. So now all of these things sum to 9. So that definitely has to be a 9. Seems like a good thing to know. I could say very minor things about this white dot, like that it doesn't have a 1 or a 2 on it. Possibly even a 3. No, it could have a 3 on it. That would be okay. So I don't think I need to go down that hole yet. The bluebird of 9s. Yeah, this is like the Twitter bird going to heaven or something. Let's see. Did you say column 6? Yeah, we do know that there's 2 1 2 3s in each of these. So in particular, I guess we know that no pair of these are the same way to make 9, because there's 3 ways to make 9. But if 2 of these were the same, it would break the other one because it would rule that way off. So we could do coloring and say this is one way, this is another way. Maybe blue is not the best choice. Maybe this can be purple, this can be green. And so we know that these are purple or green. Yeah, we've got sort of all kinds of things. Yeah, so like, yeah, these two can't be the same either. So because if these two are the same, then I push those 3 digits onto this, which is a disaster because of this. Okay, well, I'm at least going to color these. So these are purple or green, and these are yellow or purple. Okay, and so the point is, at the very least, these can't both be purple and these can't both be purple. So assuredly, one of these is purple and one of these is purple, which means this at least isn't purple. So this is green or yellow. And so so we have that. Let's see. Okay. Uh, yes. Okay, yes. So these definitely take 2 1 2 3s each. So that's 6 1 2 3s. So none of these numbers are 1 2 3 as Garian's point, because we've used 6 1 2 3s. So these are 4 5 6 7 8 9. This one is quite restricted because it's next to this, which can be at most 6. And so this can't be 8 or 9. I guess it's not that restricted, but it's at least a little bit restricted. But by the same token, none of these cells can be 1, 2, 3. So these are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I can turn on answer or yeah, conflict checker again. And so the point is the last cell here has to be a 1, 2, 3. Because we've actually got sort of 2 1 2 3s here and 1 there. And similarly, we've got a 1 2 3 there for sure. And similarly, we've got one here for sure. Oh, and so this is just a 3, right? Because this is next to something that's definitely not a 1 2 3. So this is actually a 3 and a 4. Which seems handy. So we will mark those. Okay, so that does mean that this is 1 2 6 for sure. Oops. As oops, 1 2 6, because it's a way to make 9 that doesn't have a 3 on it. Let's see. So 1 2 6 is yellow or purple. Yeah, this is 1 or 2. Same reasoning. Okay, and so the question is, do these have to be different 1 2s? Because if so, that would resolve everything. Because if these were different 1 2s, that would be a 3, and then we would know that this was yellow. But I don't quite see why yet. So yeah, we could redo the coloring starting from box 9. Let's see. There's definitely at least one 1, 2, 3 in here. Could there be two 1, 2, 3s in here? Or would that break? I'm just thinking about this from a point of view of, I know there's two 1, 2, 3s in each of these. These can't both be 4, 5. I am just trying to make sure that I'm trying to decide if I know that one of these has to be 4, 5, because one of these doesn't have to have a 1, 2, 3 on it at all, which seems interesting. Let's see. If these are different, then that's purple. It's like, really, I could sort of color my 1, 2, 3s if you want. Like, this is sort of the 1, 2, 3 that isn't in green. This is the 1, 2, 3 that isn't in yellow. And so, so I know that like yellow is here. I guess this is sort of like going to be a mess coloring if I color it this way. But that 1, 2, 3 I know is in there and is in there. Yeah, these both definitely have 3s. That is a thing that I can definitely mark. And like these both have 3s. Because if they didn't have 3s, they would be 1, 2, 6, and we would repeat the problem. Yes, yes, yes. That is a good point. These cells are definitely 7, 8, 9 per Isabella. And we know that one's not 9. Row 3 and 6. Yes, yes, yes. That makes sense. Right. One of these is 2, 3, 4. So it has a 4 in it. This 4 looks up. So one of these two cells is 4. However, both of these have 3s, so one of them is also 3, which makes these a 3, 4 pair. That is an AFK point. And so therefore, there's a 1 and a 2 in these cells, because I need... because one of these has a 1 and one of them has a 2. So that makes this a 6. Or you could say it's a hidden single. That also works. And now we know that there's 1, 2, 3 in these cells per Selena. Oh, I could also have filled in 7, 8, 9 in this row, right? Oh, no, not quite. I can't quite fill in 7, 8, 9 in this row. Oh, right. These don't have 6s in them. So, right. Daniel's right. These are 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not 6. That one's not 9. That is very true. So we've got sort of 2 of the 7, 8, 9s over here for what it's worth. Oh, I can turn on row column labels as well. Oops. Let's see. Okay. What else? Is this going to quite be enough to tell me about the coloring of these through the 1, 2, 3s in the corner? I don't quite see it yet, if it does. If this is 3, 4, then this is 1, 5, of course. Let's see. I know that one of these is 1, 2, 6. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like, how am I supposed to use these 5 things to sort of continue to push this around? Maybe I can't quite yet. Maybe I need to think more. I really want to know where the 4, 5 is in here, because I feel like it's going to have to be there, is what I'm probably trying to prove, but I do not know how to prove it. But that is my guess, is that I'm trying to prove that this has to be the 4, 5, because otherwise we've got too many lows or something. Like, if this has a low on it, well, one of these has the... Wait. What about the lows in this and the lows on this? Because each of these has... Well, at least one of them has a 1, 2, 3. What if 2 of these have 1, 2, 3s on them? If 2 of these have 1, 2, 3s on them, I guess that just squeezes out and works, right? If 2 of these have 1, 2, 3s on them, at least naively. I think it just works. I guess I know this number is low. Right? Because don't I know... Maybe not, actually. Do I know that there's... where the 1, 2, 3s are in this earlier? At least the 1, 2, 3 that's in common to these. Sorry, I was thinking about the 2 1, 2, 3s that are in common. These don't have 2 1, 2, 3s in common. So the 1, 2, 3 that these have in common is up here. And these can't have 2 1, 2, 3s in common, because then they would be all the same digits, and that wouldn't work. So yeah, these have exactly 1 digit in common, and that digit lives up here. Trying to decide if there's anything profound about that, but about, like, the fact that we've got a digit and the single digit that it sums to 9 with, and then the other digits. But I don't think that there is anything particularly profound about it. let's see. Can I say anything about this column? Like, it would be really interesting if this wasn't a 3, because if this isn't a 3, then I have forced both 1, 2, 3s here, and I know I have got a 1, 2, 3 here and a 1, 2, 3 here, and I would know these two digits were big. But all I know currently is at least one of these digits is not 1, 2, 3, which doesn't seem like a particularly potent combination of information to have. Let's see. What else? I'm trying to decide if this 7, 8, 9, if I know that it doesn't go there or know that it does go there or something of that sort. I don't think I know. Uh, uh, hmm. Hmm. Uh, uh, so yeah, is there some sort of weird parity thing? So if I make this green, then this is purple. So that's yellow. This is green, and that's purple. Wait, did making this purple make that purple? No, I think it was if I made this green. If I make this purple, this goes purple, green, yellow, purple, yellow. That works. And if I make this green, then this goes green, purple, yellow, purple, yellow. Uh, uh, wait, did this always work out to be yellow? I feel like this worked out to be yellow both times. Maybe I'm wrong. If this is purple, then this is yellow, green, purple. Uh, uh, I feel like this is working, but my brain's ability to keep track of this is very bad. Uh, let's just do this like this. If this is yellow, then this is purple. So this is green. So this is yellow, and this is purple, and that all works out fine. And if this is purple, then this is yellow. So this is green, and so this is purple, and so this is green, and that all works out fine. I think it's fine either way. So I think the short version is it doesn't matter. Uh, let's see. Okay, so Isabella says making this dot 3, 4 makes yellow 1, 2, 6. And now you can't place 4. Can't place 4 in what? Uh, 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 oh, is my sound working okay? My microphone has fallen like way low down. Let's see. I will try to fix it. We'll see if I can. Uh, uh, maybe. My microphone had basically fallen into my lap. Uh, uh, it does make that a 3. Okay. Uh, uh, I think maybe I'll be sure to have Tristan look at it before next time. I think the microphone is finally staying in place. Yeah, so if I make this 3, 4, then it makes that a 3. And so, and then that makes that 1, 2, 6. And so then none of these colors have 4 in them, which they need to because of that 4. Okay, that is bizarre. Okay, so this is not a 3. Uh, uh, fascinatingly enough. Okay, and so now I do have these two being 1, 2, 3, which makes that not a 3. So this is a 1, 2, 3, and this is a 4, 5, 6. And so these are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at least. So right. So these are from 1, 2, 3 because we need 3 1, 2, 3s in this mess. Right. This one's not 6, we know, because we've got our 1, 2, 6 in the row already. Let's see. That was very cool, though. I mean, I guess I know one of these exactly is 2, 3. I don't know. Is that useful? But one of these is a 2, 3 pair. And I guess the other is a 1, 5 pair. Yeah. So these are from 2, 3, 1, 5, just for the record. If this is 4, we also take 4 out of everything. Yes, it does. Right. Because now that cell can't be 4. Right. So funnily enough, one of these cells is 4, is basically Isabella's point. One of those bajillion cells is 4. In fact, actually, AFK has an even more general version. One of these 5 cells is 4, one of them is 5, and one of them is 6. And all of them happen to look at this cell, and it's because we sort of pushed 1, 2, 3 into those. So this is not 4, 5, or 6; it's 7, and that's 6. Which now means that this is not yellow; it's purple. Which means that this is not purple; it's yellow. This is green. That is very, very cool. This is purple, and this is yellow. So no 6, 7 go there. No 6 goes there. Oops. No 6 goes there. No 7 goes there. These are a 1, 2. Makes that a 3. Makes... Oh, I don't quite know where the other 3 goes yet because of that, but I'll find you. Okay. So what do we do now that we have that? Probably it should work out okay. That is placed the 6 in row 7. That is a good spot. And I know the 6 in this box lives up here because the 6 is not yellow. And so the 6 in row 3 now goes there exactly. That is true. I can fill these with 1, 2, 6. That is a good idea. So we've got that. Yellow has a 3 in it, so that's not a 3. So in fact, yeah, these 1-2s ended up sort of not working out the way that I wanted them to. 6 in column 7, beautiful, is there. Let's see. So 6 is in one of a few spots, I suppose. It's not there either. So there's... Oh, it's not there either. 6 is just placed. Right. 6 in box 5 is just placed because it's not in any of these places. It's not there. And if I put it there, then I have to put a 3 in a place I can't put a 3. So actually, that's the 6 and that's the 3. I was missing the 6 down here for a second. Okay. Yet more with 6s. So now this is a 6. And now, now we've got 2 more 6s left. That's a 3 now. Just by Sudoku. Okay. This is not 2, 7 or 3, 6. So this is 1, 8 or 4, 5. Just to note. Yes, this is purple and yellow's common digit, which I know is a 1, 2, 3, and it's here, AFK points out, because there's a 1, 2, 3 these have in common, and it's not a 3 even, because we know that purple doesn't have a 3, so it's actually 1, which means 1 goes here. So yellow is 1, 3, 5, we now know. So 1 and 5. And so that's 2 and 1. That is 3 and 4. And yeah, yellow is 2, 3, 4. Sorry, green is 2, 3, 4. So we've got all of that. So that is a 1, a 2, a 1, bouncing around the outside of the world. 1 seems to go with 8. That is a 9. Okay, so now this doesn't have 5. Yeah, one of these is 4, 5, and one of them is 2, 7. Sure is. Not 5 and not 4, not 7 and not 2. If you like. Oh, weird. Yeah, row 6 still needs an 8. which has to go there, which makes that a 7, that a 7, and an 8. And also means there's definitely a 7 in one of these two cells because the row also needs a 7, which means that's not a 7, so that's never a 2 for whatever that is worth. That has become a 9 and a 5. These have become digits. They are also a 9 and a 5. These have become digits. They are a 2 and a 4. Let's see. Let's paint these with pencil marks. So that is a 4 and a 2. So that is a 5 and a 4. 7 and a 2. 1 and a 5. 4 and a 2. 8, 7. These are an 8, 9 pair. Oh, so that's a 6 and a 1 and a 2. That is a 3 and a 5 and a 1. I did tell you that one was going to be 4, 5. I'm sure that was the intended break-in, but this was really gorgeous. The really bizarre sort of complement of digits. Looking at that was very very neat as a way of seeing it. So even if I horribly didn't do the break-in the way that was intended, like I did with poor Niverio's puzzle earlier, I still liked the way that ended up getting there. 7, 8, 9, 3, 7, 8, and 9. And there we go. That was very nice. Not quite what I expected, but very nice. Very good dove. Yes, bizarre spread sextuple. Yeah, the with some additional like fireworky kind of knowledge about how exactly the things were spread out. Alrighty, let's do another one. Let's see. Probably something that's not lots of stars. Let's see. Probably not a 5-star tall cat counting circle. What about a 5-star XY difference puzzle? Okay, so I admit I've not been the biggest fan of XY differences, but they have some cool applications. So each pair of horizontally connected this list says 3 stars in my display. This one has 3 stars. So each pair of horizontally connected cells that differ by the leftmost digit in their row is separated by a diamond. Each pair of vertically connected cells that differ by the topmost digit in the column is separated by a diamond. There are no other diamonds in the grid. So basically, these ones over here, these are all just black dots. Is basically what we have learned. Because if these two differ by that digit, that means, in fact, actually, they're black dots where the small digit is on this side, and the large digit is on this side, right? 2, 4, 8, and 6. Because how else would it work for me to have these? So that the difference is the smaller digit, not the bigger digit. So actually, we get this same thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, and so now this digit is definitely odd, which means that that this digit has to be odd as well if you look up, because this digit sees a 2, 4, 6, 8 triple. So, I guess I used the fact that there's a 2, 4, 6, 8 triple in the column to imply that this was odd, to imply by XY differences that this cell is odd, but there may be some excessiveness in that observation. But this is an odd number that's at least 5. So it's at least 5, 7, or 9, and it's not 9 because you can't have two numbers in a Sudoku puzzle with a difference of 9. Also, it's being pointed out that 2 and 4 is special because one of these rows is 2, 4. And so if, say, this is 2, 4, right, so 1, 2, and 2, 4 are both among these rows, but 1, 2, and 2, 4 have to be in different places. So one of these is definitely a 2. So that means there's no 3 or 6 on here, is, I think, the way to think about it. And so, and so in particular, that's also not an 8. Because of that. So yeah, one of these is a 2. And this one's not a 4 because if one, yeah, anyway. Yeah, so these are, so the 1, 2, and 2, 4 are there. And so, okay, AFK has a much smarter way to think about it, which is that there are in here 2 2s because 2 shows up as both 1, 2, and 2, 4. And there are also 2 4s because 4 shows up as 2, 4, and 4, 8. And so that means that this is a 2, 4. So that makes sense, the way to do that. I was trying to do it a step at a time because I didn't want to do it that way, AFK, because that feels too look-aheady. So I was trying to do it in a way that didn't do that. And Selena had the easy way to do it. I was breaking it into steps to argue it. But anyway, that gets us a 2 dance again. Ba-boop-a-doop. Duka, duka, duka. Ba-doop-a-doop. Duka, duka, duka. Ba-doop-a-doop. Duka, duka, duka. Ba-doop, boo-doop, ba-doop, boo-doop, 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 wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. No, that wasn't a troll. I just think saying it breaks 2 other things that you don't know where they are is gross. So this can't be a 7 because there's nothing that differs by that. So this is a 5, which now makes that a 9 because there's nothing else that I can do. Of course, no 4s over here, no 2s over here. Of course, these are a 5, 7, 9 because what else are they going to be? As one looks at that. So the 3 in this column isn't next to the 8. I guess we know that kind of nonsensicalness. Okay, these I know are, of course, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I know that these are the remaining odds. So these are 1, 3, and 7. While we're at it. Okay. This can't be a 2 because some pair of these differ by 2. Like the 7 is next to something. So this can't actually be a 2, so that's not a 4. Because whatever 7 is next to, it definitely has that. Yeah, these digits are all odd as well. And this one is not 1 or 3 either, or 5. People have pointed out. So we get a thing there. I do know one of these 2 is 5. I suppose I should mark. Just by Sudoku. Let's see. Row 2 has a white diamond. I see. So this needs to be a 7 because there's no such thing as a difference of 9. And so these can be 2, 9. They can't 2, 9 or 1, 8. Those are the options. So there we go. So this is a 2 or an 8. And if that's a 2 or an 8, that means that this is a 1 or a 4 is what we have learned. So one of these is always a 1, funnily enough, because it's either 1, 2, 9 or 4, 8, 1. So one of these is always a 1. So that's never a 1 or a 7. So this is only a 3, 5, or a 9. These are a 1, 3 pair, making that a 7. That is not a 7. That's not a 7. Okay. This is a 4. This is just a naked 4 now. So that is a 4 and an 8, which makes that a 1 and a 2 and a 9. None of these are 9 anymore. These digits can't differ by 8, because the only digits that differ by 8 are 1, 9. Can they, in fact, even differ by 7? If they differed by 7... no, they can't, because the numbers that differ by 7... well, the furthest apart these can be is 2 and 8, because... sorry, the furthest apart these can be is 3 and... no. Oh, no, 8 and 1 works. Sorry, 8 and 1 does work, as long as that's the 8. This number has to be pretty big. Yeah, this number has to be big, because if this number were small, the smallest it could be is 3, and then 3 plus 6 is already 9. So this number is either a 7 or an 8, I believe, because 1 plus 6 is already 7. So this is a 7 or an 8. And that makes this a 1 or a 2 at most. While we're at it. Okay, these are not 1, 4. These are not 2, 8. So those are 4, 6. That's not a 9. In fact, it's not a 3 either, because there's a 2, 3 pair. This isn't a 6 because there's a 4, 6 pair. That is not an 8. This is a diamond, so that's never a 9. So we know where the 9 goes in the row. The 9 in the row has to go over there. If this were an 8, this would be a 1, 9. These are a 2, 6 pair, I'm being told. Yeah, this is the 2. That's the 6. Which makes these a 5 and an 8 over here. Which makes these a 1, 3, 8. No, 1, 3, 6. 1, 3, 6 over here. Okay, this can't be an... oh, no, never mind. Sorry. Right. 5 and 9 need to be kept apart, Martin points out, because 5 and 9 are 4 apart, so I can't put them next to each other. So that needs to be a 7. Oops. Needs to be a 7. So those are 5 and 9. Like that. Okay. Yes, I cannot put 2, 4, 6. That would be a problem with my negative constraining. I'm just going to put that these are 1, 2, 8, 9, because I can't put anything else involved, so and that one's not a 2. Okay, let's see. I do actually know there is a 9 in one of these cells for whatever it is worth. And I know that cell's not an 8 for whatever it is worth. Yes. This can't be a 1. This can't be a 1 because that would be a 1-2. Breaking that cell is Selena's point. I do enjoy that step. So this is a 3 or a 4. Let's see. Yes, this can't be a 1 because 1, 8 would be 7. So that's a 3 and that's a 1. So this isn't a 1, that's an 8 or a 9, meaning that's a 1 or a 2, which actually gives us a 1-2 pair in the row, funnily enough. That's a 5, making that a 1, a 2, a 1. Okay, and now 2 can only go with 9 with a 7, making that a 6 and an 8 and a 7. Okay, so we should write in what the rest of this row is. These aren't 3 or 4. And this one's not 8 because that would be 2, 8. So that is 5 and 8. Okay. Okay, and it can't go 1, 2, 3 either. So that's a 4 and that's a 3. So let's write in this column. Maybe not. Maybe that's ambitious. Fine, I won't write in the column. Okay. So if that's 2, 4, then this is 6, 8. And if this is 3, 6... Oh, it doesn't have to be 6, 8. It could be some odd numbers as well. Yeah, these differ by 2. So they could be 6, 8, but they could also be some pair of odd numbers. I know there's a 1 over down here somewhere. Negative constraint in column 2. I'm being encouraged to look at... yes, this can't be a 6 because 1 and 6 differ by 5. So that's 8 and 4. Okay, so now I'm looking for... I'm looking to not make anything differ by 4 as I run across the rest of the row. So the 5 in the row in particular is not in either of those cells. In fact, this can't be a 3 either. In fact, neither of these cells can be 3 or 5. So one of these cells is definitely 3, which gives us a sort of Zach wing on 3s pointing down here, I guess. And the 6 in the row, Selena points out, definitely goes over in one of these 2 cells. This is never 3. Because if this is a 3, it's not 3. And if this is a 2, it's not 3 by the negative constraint. So this is never the 3, and this is the 3, which makes that the 2 and the 3 and the 4 and the 6. Okay, so I think there's only one option for this now, although I don't know if I really want to think about it. So it can't... So it could be 1, 4... Oh, so just from 1, 4, 7... because it certainly can't be from 3, 6, 9, and it can't be from 2, 5, 8. So yeah, so these are from 1, 4, 7 now. Thank you, modularity classes. Oh, this is a naked single? That sounds fun. It is a 7 or a 9, except It is not one of those because reasons that I'm sure will become apparent if I stare at this long enough. This can't be 5-9, right? This can't be 5-9, right? So this is a 7. And now 7 can't go next to 4, so this is a 1 and a 4, making this a 3 and a 1, making this a 6 and a 2. Hello, Tristan. Everybody say hello to Tristan. This can't be a 5 because that would be a difference of 1 with 4. I was just thinking as I was solving this, this feels like a Tristan puzzle. Let's see. These are 6, 9. Okay, sure are. These are 2, 8, 9. Sure. These are a bunch of numbers. Okay, this can't be a 5 because then it would be 5, 8, and it would make the difference 3. So that's a 9. Okay, so now those are a 5, 8 pair. So this isn't 5 or 8. Now these are a 2, 4 pair. Let's see. Okay, this can't be a 5 or a 6 because it's next to a 5 or a 6, and they can't have a difference of 1. So that's an 8, a 5, a 6, an 8, a 7. Let's see. Okay, 6 can't go next to 5 in this row, so that's a 3 and a 5. 9 can't go next to 8 in this row, so that's a 6 and a 9. So I guess we continue our good lifathon. 1 can't go on this dot for sure, so it's definitely from 5, 7, 9. There's definitely a 7 on it. I guess I can finish the good lifathon over here. Why not? Okay. Differences, let's see. Differences of 7. Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, there was a 7 on this dot by Sudoku, so that didn't help. Let's see. Yeah, the 7's not going to help there. There's no way any of these have a difference of 3. This can't be another 5, 7 because of column 6, right? Okay, so these can't be a 5, 7 pair, so that's always a 1, a 5, and a 7, and a 9, and a 5, and a 7. 8 and 5, 2, 8, 9. Let's see, no 8 and 1. Okay, so now we can look at this and say this can't be a 3 because 2 is the distance of 5 to 3, so that's an 8. And now 8 can't go next to 6 for much the same reason. Oops. 3, 6. 6, 1. Okay. Now 7 can't go next to 2. So that is a 2. Makes that a 4 and a 2. Makes that a 6. And now 8 can't go next to 3 in this row. It makes it a 4 and a 3 and a 3 and a 4. And done. I guess the theme there was the sort of like 5, 6 can't go next to a 5, 6 in a row that starts with 1, I suppose. This definitely felt less themed than most Tall Cat puzzles. Though it was also much faster than most Tall Cat puzzles. So, you know, you win some and you lose some, I suppose, in that regard. But yeah, I guess also there was sort of the like the opening bit about these being sort of like directed black dots, I guess was also part of it. Sort of like any negative constraint puzzle, just sort of the setter loses a lot of control over it if it's a Sudoku puzzle with this strong of a negative constraint. That's sort of why I like setting Fillominos with negative constraints, is because you don't sort of lose control of it as badly as quickly. But always enjoyable to do these sorts of negative constraint things every now and then. Let's see. Actually, that was so fast. I've still got time for something else. Let's... speaking of Tristan puzzles, let us do Some Arrows, Some Doku by Blackjack Fitz. Fill each cell with a digit from 1 to 9, but be careful. It's not a Sudoku. Fill row n and column n with exactly n different digits, repeating digits as necessary. Digits along the diagonal, however, must not repeat. And digits along an arrow sum to the digit in its circle. And also you have some double arrows, digits in a line connected by 2 circles, sum to the digit in its circle. And then we also have Kropki indicating that these are consecutive. Okay, so in particular, a useful thing to note is that in row 1 and column 1, there's always only 1 digit. And now, owing to the diagonal and I guess several other things, we get to this digit is different. It is in fact double whatever yellow is. And immediately in column 9, so in this row, I might as well fill in that these are all yellow or purple. So these two things can't be yellow because in row 9 and column 9, you have something kind of like Sudoku happening. It would make a lot of... So either... It's funny because these are either... Oh, these have to both be yellow, right? Because yellow plus yellow is purple. So yeah, these, by double arrow stuff, yellow plus yellow is purple. So I can't put any purple in this diagonal at all. And so this double arrow says the perhaps not exciting fact, yellow plus yellow equals yellow plus yellow, which is delightful. Okay, so this is a new color, we know. And therefore, these can't be yellow, because yellow plus yellow is purple. That would not be a new color, and it's a new color by the diagonal. So in fact, these are both purple. In order to make that work. Okay, and so, oh, there's no purple in this row necessarily. So we don't quite know what to do with that. Okay, so... okay, I mean, I might as well write in that I know that this is 1, 2, 3, 4. I know that this is 2, 4, 6, 8. And actually, since this is 3 times yellow now, because purple is 2 times yellow, green is 3 times yellow, I can actually trim a little bit. And so this is 3, 6, 9, with this not being 8. So we've got at least a little bit of space here. Oh, actually, I should ask where the 1 goes along this diagonal, shouldn't I? Because the 1's certainly not going here or here. It's definitely not going there or there, or there or there. It's not going there or there either. So actually, yellow has been the only place to put 1 on the diagonal since the beginning of the puzzle, and probably would have made our lives a lot easier if we had noticed that right away. But it's slightly hidden by the fact that these two are double arrows, and so it looks like, oh yeah, of course I want to put a 1 there. So, in fact, all of yellow is 1. So purple is 2. Green is 3. Those yellows are 1 as well. Okay, and so these are 1 or 2. So I certainly can't put any numbers larger than 3 on here. Although I suspect I'm not putting 2s on here, but who knows? Oh yeah, we can do the 1 dance. And that's one of the ones that Big Zach has been working on. So let us bring out Big Zach for the 1 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, wah! Ba-doop-ba-doo, wee! Thank you, Big Zach. Once again, big round of applause for our intern, Big Zach, working on becoming a digit dancing penguin himself. Okay. Good to know that Zach is looking after the next generation of digit dancers. I'd have assumed it'd be an octave down. That is possible. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, 3 there. 3 there seems very likely, but I don't know it yet. I guess I do know that these numbers are each at least 3. So this is a bare minimum of 5, for what it's worth. Let's see. Okay, these 2 numbers are each at least 3, and these 2 are each at least 3. And therefore, these numbers are at least 6, for what it's worth. Let's see. I always mean to look at setting a Sudoku, and then I never actually set a Sudoku, but someday there will be a Zeta Sudoku, possibly, maybe. GSP is a uniqueness proof. If I was going to use uniqueness proofs, I would do lots of puzzles differently. I mean, I think GSP is really cool, but I'm not going to use uniqueness just because I get to say abstract algebra words. Let's see. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. I think you mean like all of those. I think you're taking together, right? So these cells sum to a minimum of 3, 4, 5, 6. Is 7 plus 5 is 12 plus 6 is 18. Wait, did I do that right? But I have to be a little bit careful here when I do this. So oh boy, I'm gonna have to like separately minimize these, aren't I? Because this one's sort of the opposite of the others. I guess what I should do is I should just minimize this. And so say, okay, so the sum of, basically I'm trying to sum these 4 cells. And so the minimum sum is 3, 4, 5, 6, plus 3, 4. And so that's 18 plus 7 is 25. 26, 27, 28. Oh, except that I can't make both of these 1, so it is 29 is the minimum sum, right? Because these two can't both be 1, but one of them can be 1. So I think I also get that the minimum sum of these cells is 29, which I guess means they can't be any smaller than 5. So one of these two cells is a 4. I mean, I guess it's pretty interesting whichever one is a 4. Can this really be a 4? I mean, plausibly. I think plausibly is the answer. Let's see. Yeah, if it is a 4, it does require using double 1. Ah, yes. Okay, so I guess I should also fill in from our minimizing, because we minimize these as 1, 2. So they can't be any larger than 3, right? Because I got a minimizing thing. So and so what that means is that in fact we actually have our 1, 2, 3 quadruple in column 8. And so our 1, 2, 3 quadruple in column 8 presumably precludes the thing that Ambrose was noticing. Right. This can't actually be a 1 at all, because then instead of minimizing these at 1, 2, right. If I make this a 1, now I minimize these at 5, and I've jumped by too many degrees of freedom. So in fact, this is a 2. And I'm going to guess the same exact argument would apply this way if I had done it this way instead. Okay, and now this arrow can't sum to 4. That was the whole reason we did that. So now this arrow sums to 4. And so these two cells and these two cells are a 1, 2 pair, which means these are purple, yellow, because they need to sum to 3. And so the only way to do that is as purple, yellow. This being a 3 seems very problematic. Yes, because the minimum of this digit is 4. Oh, well, it's not an 8 or a 9, sorry. This number is a minimum of 4 because we already have our repeat sort of virtually in column 8. So this number is definitely a digit that is at least 6. And if this is at least 6, those are the 4 digits in this row. So therefore, this is not a 3. And again, by symmetry, we can make the same argument over down here to argue that this digit is not a 3. Okay. Right. Now looking at this row, now that's the third digit in row 3. So these are in fact both 1s. And so this column well, I suppose I should just say these are also ones by the same argument if I had done it rotated in my head, which makes these both ones. Okay. And so now these are twos because math. Okay. So, right. So now these can't be 1, 2. Now these have to be 1, 3, Garian points out, because that was our degree of freedom. And so now these digits need to sum to a minimum of 30. So they do sum to 30, which makes this digit a 5. And if that's true, then these numbers need to be double 1 and these numbers need to be double 1 in order to make the world work. Okay. I mean, it seems like pretty good odds that that's what will happen, but we'll see. Okay, these are minimum 3 and 3, and so they're maximum 6. Oops. Seems worth pointing out. Right. This can't be 3 by the row because we already know our 4 digits in the row. So 3 would be a 5th digit. So that is, in fact, actually a 1, and that's a 3. So that is green and yellow. Like that. Okay. And presumably that logic works equally well over here. And making that a 1 as well. So these numbers aren't 3 anymore. So now they minimum sum to 8. So this is now an 8 or a 9, getting us closer to Ambrose's vision being realized. Let's see. Right, these two are the same digit. I agree. Oh, right. Remember, this only worked when we actually minimized these digits, right? Because it was 3, 4, 5, 6 is what we knew we had to have. So these are 3, 4, 5, 6. And likewise, these are 3, 4, 5, 6. And so knowing that tells me that these are 7, 8, 9. Oh, right. And minimizing also required making this cell and this cell a 1. Right. Back when we did it. Good memory. We're almost out of repeats in this row, funnily enough. This number can't be as small as 3, for what it's worth. Row 4 has a 7, 8, 9. So that's a 789. And likewise, column 4 has a 789, so that's a 789. Yeah, because I've already got 4 1s in row 5. Uh, 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 that is true. This cell is fairly limited. Oh, that's right. Row 3 has a 4, 5, 6. Good. So that's a 4, 5, 6. That means that's not actually a 9. And then similarly down here, it's not actually a 9. Does guarantee that these numbers are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just because they need to sum to a minimum of 14. Oh, these can't be 4 anymore either. They're just 5 or 6. And so that's not a 4 anymore either. That's not a 4 anymore either. And so this is 2 plus 5 or 2 plus 6. So this is 7 or 8. It's not 6 or 9. We have broken it. Ambrose's vision will not be realized by humanity, sadly. Let's see. Row 7 has its 2 repeats, so this is now a 2. And likewise, column 7 has its repeats, so this is now a 2. These are certainly from 6, 7, 8, 9, just to record that. Yes, this is 7, 8 from the row, right, because we've got 1, 2, and 4, and then we've got our 7, 8, 9, except we know that's only a 7, 8. Agree. Okay, and so now I've got a 7, 8, 9 triple in this column, for whatever it's worth. Let's see. This 7, 8 and this 7, 8 are the same digit. Because they're both 2 plus the same 5, 6. So I'm going to give this 5, 6 a color. And so that in particular means that this is 2 plus 5, 6, and this is 1 plus 1 plus that 5, 6. So these two are the same. I'm going to make them red just for purposes of thinking about this. So I know that this is red because this column has all the numbers. So oh, right. Right. When we minimize this, we needed to make these 3, 4, because these counted twice. So actually, right. So these actually ended up needing to be 4, 4, 4, and 3, 3, making that 6 and 8, making red 7, making that 7, and hence also red. Making that, oops, 9 and 9 and 9. Our 5, 6 is now a 5. Sorry, Casey. So that is a 6. This is a 6 in order to make math work. So that's a 5 and a 5 in order to make Sudoku work. That makes that a 7. So it's red. These are orange, we should remember. Could be important later. Okay. This is certainly 1, 3, or 5. And this cell is certainly 1, 2, 4, or 7. Well, it's not a 1 or a 2. This is 4 or 7. If this is a 4, then that's a 1. If this is a 7, then that's a 4, except that doesn't work. So this is a 4. And that's a 1. Making it yellow. So presumably the same argument works here. That this can't be a 7 because that would need to be a 4, and there's not a 4 in that row. So this is a 4. And that's a 1. Okay, I guess these are like almost a weird pair, kind of. They're not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these are from 7, 8, 9. Except this one in this row is not a 7 or a 9. It is just an 8. And so this can't be an 8. It has to be a 7 or a 9. But this also has to be an 8 by the same reasoning. That's a 7 or a 9. Aren't I 1 short of having all the repeats in row 5? Oh, 1, 4, 5, 6 in the big one. Okay, yeah, 1, 4, 5, 6 in the big one. Okay, so so this is not an 8. Is the point. And so this is not an 8. Okay, 7 also famously is only consecutive with 6 and 8. So we can fill that in at least. Okay, so in this row, we've got 1, 2, 3, 7, and 9. That is a total of 5 digits. So this 6, 8 digit is the last digit in the row. And so this can't be a 5. There isn't one in the row. Can't be a 5. There isn't one in the row. And so these can't be 6s anymore because the thing that would work with 6 would be 8, but there aren't any of those. And so now the only sum that works is 7 plus 7 equals 7 plus 7. So we get all of those. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this can't be a 9. We've got the thing, so that is a 7. And so over here, that is also a 7. And so last but not least, I guess we have to count digits in column 6. No, that won't work. No, digits in row 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I need a 7th digit, so these need to be 6s, is the moral of the story. And then we are done. Very nice. Alrighty, well, that was a good string of puzzles to wrap stream up on. So thank you, everyone, for hanging out. We did a bunch of puzzles today, actually. So thank you for hanging out. I'm going to go have a nice tomato sauce dinner with garden tomatoes. But I will see everyone soon. Thanks for watching. Do please give a thumbs up to the stream if you have not yet. And huge thanks to all of you who support the stream, be it via YouTube or Patreon or Ko-fi or however else. We do greatly appreciate it. If you want to support the stream, you can always do that by clicking the $ somewhere on YouTube. As long as you're not on iOS, you have to be on a computer or an Android phone. Go figure that Google wants you to be able to give Google money if you're on an Android phone, and Apple doesn't want you to be able to give Google money if you're on an Apple phone. But anyway, thank you to all of you who do that. You do get some cool perks like the green name and the Zach emotes, as well as at higher levels, you get to vote on what puzzle we start with. So if you want us to start with more Ubon, you can vote for the Ubon. Or if you want us to start with not Ubon, you can vote for the not Ubon. These are options. So thank you, everyone, for all the support today. And you can still super chat on iOS, Tristan tells me. See, I never open the YouTube app on iOS, so I do not know. I just tell you what Tristan tells me. But I actually tell you what I understand Tristan to tell me and remember, and that's often a different thing. But anyway, huge thanks, everyone. Last but not least, thank you to the super supporters, the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and DDX. Thank you all so much. I'll see you all real soon. I'm streaming again on Friday at the same time, so see you then. Thanks. Sorry, not Friday. Sorry, Friday's the wrong day. Sunday. I'm streaming again on Sunday at the same time, and I will see you then. Thanks for watching, and bye for now. I did not successfully hit the ending button. Let's try again.